Hello there. I am Sir Ytimit, and I welcome you to the adventures in Dundras. Last time on the adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain the Dwarven Paladin, Milo the Halfling Rogue, and Dallen the Gunslinging sorcerer Dragonborn were on a quest to deliver the mysterious treasure from Port La Montagne to the capital of Dundras, Lancaster. Along their journey, they've had many trials and tribulations, including crossing a vast desert once believed to have been a Fey wood. Now it is simply known as Irae Draconis. Along the way, they've met with two warring factions fighting for control over these sands. Lord Thanatos, the ruler from Dracul, with an iron fist, is trying to rule and tame this desolate land. And Ranos, the leader of the Circle of Sands, a circle of druids who are attempting to thwart and overturn the rule of Thanatos in order to restore the desert to what they claim was indeed a Fey wood. Not wanting to pick sides yet, the party has remained neutral, attempting to continue their travels across the plains and desert to deliver the treasure safely to Lancaster. But, fearing retribution from the Dracul patrols that have been going around the desert, the party has decided to attempt a passage through the mountains, as they had an altercation with one of their patrols and are now fearing capture, delaying their mission. What will happen to our intrepid band of heroes? What new trials or tribulations await? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. But first, as always, let us say hello to our players and see how they're doing today. How they've been these last few weeks.
Master Tim.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Greetings. How are you all doing today?
Oh, well, I'm doing alright. Got a 3-day weekend, so I'm having fun.
How about that?
Yeah.
That's always very nice. I got a 1-day weekend this time.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
It's fine, just work complications. Nothing too terribly serious, just... I don't want to get into it.
Okay. That's understandable. Yeah. Yesterday, yesterday, pretty much, I woke up, I got home around 8:30, woke up around 9 p.m.
Ooh, that is very late.
Yeah, well, I woke up, I went to sleep around 8:30 in the morning. So I've decided I will not take NyQuil ever again.
Ooh. Yeah, it can be quite powerful if you're not not expecting it.
Granted, I can breathe now.
That is very, very good. Not breathing in. Preferably you want to breathe instead of not breathe.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get. I'm getting some different stuff now. So, but like this morning though, like I was supposed to get on Destiny earlier this morning with some friends, but I had to. But with I got caught up with a bunch of family stuff, so I told them like later this evening before work or tomorrow. Ow, Jesus!
You okay?
Sorry, cat. Came up and smacked my foot for some random damn reason. I'm like, what do you want?
You're not paying attention to her.
Yeah, she's old. She's going certainly senile. She's like, I can see the bottom of my bowl. Feel it.
I need food.
It's like, don't give me that dried crap. Give me the wet food.
Yeah, the cat's...
Require sustenance, father.
My cat's very similar. It'll be like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we usually don't feed her till closer to like 6 or 7. And at 2 o'clock, she'd be standing at the edge of the stairs, looking over at us if we're nearby, and going like, nah.
Yeah, and for her, for her, a good part of her day, she has to stay inside this big kennel, basically, because she has very little. She's lost a lot of like mobility in her back legs. So we don't want her dragging herself around the whole house and stuff like that and accidentally hurting herself, so...
Definitely not.
She's just spoiled.
Oh, aren't they all?
So, how's the rest of you guys been?
Dain?
Yeah, it's been a week.
I bet.
I got a lovely event at work last night that scheduling never actually scheduled anyone for. So we're all like, oh yeah, we're going home at 9, and they're like, no, you're staying here till 11.
Oof.
Well, that fucking
Like-
sucks.
Oh, nearly midnight at that point. I'm like, no,
I'm like
going
this,
home at 9. Goodbye.
It's like, no, if my schedule says I'm staying until this is when I'm staying and when I'm leaving, you cannot forcibly make me stay longer. That is a you problem. Oh, you gotta be a team player. I'm like, well, you should have scheduled proper.
Yeah, I've been a team player for nearly a decade. Leave me alone.
Amen to that.
It's like I'm going home and I'm playing games and getting some sleep.
It's like, listen, I'm not staying till midnight. I have to be back at work, back here at 8 the next morning. So screw you.
Goodbye.
Might as well just sleep
I
at
had
work
someone-
at that point.
Oh, I had someone when I was on attractions. They had me. They tried to voluntold me that I'd be staying from my mid shift all the way through to the event shift, and then coming in the next day. And I'm like, no, and without, and I would be signing a paper saying, no, you won't be. This is voluntarily selected, so I won't be qualifying for overtime. I'm like, yeah, no.
Like, yeah, good luck with that, guys. See you tomorrow.
Yep.
Oh, it's like, cool, so I'm not going to sign this paper, and I'm going to take this directly to HR and be just like,
Oh,
hey,
he got mad. He got mad as soon as he started talking and telling me. I stopped. I held up my hand, stopped, pulled out my phone, pushed record. I was like, okay, go ahead. He's like, what do you do? You can't. I'm like, actually, yes, I can.
It's just...
And after that, he tried like getting other people to do it, but I pre-warned people, and he got so mad.
Jeez.
The other lead that finally showed up, because it was another lead that's trained at that attraction, came up. He's like, you can't do that to people. Well, they have to be ready to work. They're like, well, they have to be ready to work here whenever. I'm like, no, that's not how it works.
Say some old dude.
Slightly, yeah. He was a few years older than me, but he acted like he was 30 years
That sounds
older.
checks out.
Yeah, work.
Yeah,
You gotta
hate
love
stupid
work.
bosses.
Can't live with it, can't live without it, eh?
Unfortunately. But on to slightly happier. Milo, how was your birthday?
It was good. It was relatively quiet, but
Sounds like a dream to me.
my birthday consisted of me pretty much just playing Baldur's Gate with
You
with my
fucking
friends.
bastard, you lucky ass. I I'm having to stay here and suffer.
All of us want to play that
I'm having to
game.
stay here and suffer till September because my PC is not ready and the part I need is not going to come in for another year.
Yikes.
Ooh.
Yep.
Well, in
Big.
that case, I also spent this entire week off playing Baldur's Gate.
I've
Oh, man.
already decided that I will be romancing Karlak. I don't care what all like I don't it's like I will drink all the fire resistant potions.
Oh goodness.
It's like freaking like one of my friends made a joke about it. It's like so basically you're like Jake of like Finn from Adventure Time dating Flame Princess. No matter what happens, you're getting burned, but you won't care. You will go through the pain. I'm like, very much so.
I mean, sounds about right. Whew. Let's see, have we missed anyone? Dallen said you already had a good couple weeks. Shax, have you said how your last couple weeks have been? Aside from, of course, the near coma you put yourself in?
Other than that, yeah, like we finally got the estimate guy out for some housework that we need to do. It's gonna be about 25, like 2,500.
Oof.
But that it's needed. It's when they did a lot of rework on the house before we bought it. They didn't change out certain things. They just like, oh, we're just gonna move it from the backyard to the front yard. That'll be fine. I'm like, you realize there's gonna be that you're designing the house to have more than 2 people living in it, right?
Sounds about right.
But yeah, other than that, it's been pretty chill. Work's been work. I am very behind on filming, so I do need to take care of that sometime this week.
Always fun.
Yeah, but it's like I'm a bit upset I wasn't able to get approval to go to GCX. It's like, okay, you approved for me to go to the Tampa Comic Con, but you said, oh no, we can't approve you to go to the other one as well, which is only a 2-day event. I like seeing all the photos and videos from like my friends and other people I follow. I'm like, it's not fair. Other than that, it's been pretty chill.
That's good. Alright, finishing up just my last little bit of setup here. Anyone else have any additional things to bring to the conversation, or are we feeling that we're about ready to get started today?
I'm ready to go.
Let's do it. Let's do it. It's like
Alright.
time to deal with giant scorpions and desert bullshit.
Well,
There's sand in my helmet.
right now, but as it so happen, you all might be getting near the end of the desert.
Oh, thank God. It's like, and then you realize it's like, hi, I'm a giant freaking tortoise that's gonna bite your feet. Damn it.
I'm a turtle. Prepare to die.
Are my associates. You just see a whole gang of freaking Knoll bandits just sitting there like they're gonna give me all your shiny things and they're gonna eat your meat. Oh, okay, we have a couple rations. Like, oh, you misunderstand.
Alright, well then, if we are prepared and ready, then I believe it is time for us to return to Dundras.
Dun, dun, dun.
Boing.
Last time, on the adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain the Dwarven Paladin, Milo the Halfling Rogue, and Dallen the Gunslinging Dragonborn Sorcerer, have been traveling across the lands of Dundras to deliver the mysterious treasure from Port La Montaigne to the capital, Lancaster. Along the way, our party of heroes have been faced with many trials and tribulations, including crossing a vast desert, which was once believed to have been a mysterious Feywood. While traveling across this vast desert, our party has come across two warring factions vying for control over this desolate land. Lord Thanatos, the ruler of Irae Draconis, who, using his iron will and an army at his command, have been attempting to bring peace and order to this, what he believes to be savage land. On the opposite end, our party met an old ancient elf who goes by Ranos, who is the leader of a circle of druids known as the Circle of Sands. They are attempting to thwart and overturn the rule of Lord Thanatos in order to help restore this desert to what they claim did indeed used to be a Feywood. Our party of heroes, not wishing to intervene just yet until they get more information, has remained neutral in this conflict, though they did have an unfortunate encounter with an Anarian patrol, who reported a little bit back to their commands that perhaps the party has been involved with an altercation. The party, not wishing to have any further altercations, have attempted to change their course, as they were first trying to pass across the land to directly to get to Lancaster. Now, with the threat of the Anarian patrols possibly waylaying them and preventing their proper travel, they've made their way past a large river that spans across the desert, as they are attempting to take a mountain pass south to approach Lancaster from the south. They were told that supposedly there is a guide that would no doubt find them as soon as they entered his area of expertise, and perhaps if the party was kind enough, he might be able to guide them to a quicker path to Lancaster. In our previous episode, our party had encountered and fought a Deva, an angelic being who challenged them to a trial in order to claim a magical weapon. Having successfully beaten the Deva in all of its forms, Talos was awarded the Sunblade, a mystical weapon with radiant energy coming off of it, possessing the power of the sun itself. Talos gratefully took it, and now wields it in the name of Bahamut. Afterwards, the party traveled onward before they came across an abandoned fort, which the party concluded must have been the remains of a fort from the time when the dragons must have swept across the land, turning the once Feywood into a desolate desert. Nearby was the river, but it was long and dangerous, as it seemed to be nearly impossible to traverse without any sort of boat or perhaps transportation. Thankfully, though, nearby was the remains of an old ferry. Sorry, I forgot the word. There was the remains of an old ferry that Dallen was very quick to repair. Through a little bit of effort and a close call, the party was able to get the entire caravan across the wide river to the other side. Then afterwards, they set up camp on the other side, to which, during his shift, watching through the night, Talos was ambushed by a giant scorpion. After a fierce struggle, Talos managed to kill the scorpion, but he did take quite a few hits, nearly dying himself in the effort. But, through his efforts, he was able to protect the rest of the caravan from this wild beast. Then, as the party woke up in the morning, benefiting from a long rest, they gathered up their supplies. The caravan was ready to go again. As they got over a dune, they began to see the end of the desert, and before them, perhaps several days' journey away, they saw a mountain range. And that is where we shall rejoin our heroes in the adventures in Dundras. Alright, so as we dive back into the land of Dundras, you all are a few hours distance away from the riverfront that you took in order to get across. You've already packed up your camp. It is early in the morning, as you all are finishing preparations to continue your travel onward. You've been making a steady passageway to the southwest until you reach the mountains. There, you're not quite sure how or where, but you will supposedly be taking a pathway to the northwest in order to reach Lancaster. Is there anything any of you wish to do?
Dallen's gonna check his sending stone just in case.
You're thinking if it has a charge?
Yeah. He's gonna like send a message saying like, "Hey, just checking in. How you doing?"
All right.
To his brother.
As it is in the morning, the magic of the sending stone has been restored. And so as you message back, after a few moments, you do get a response. Unsure. There's a lot of activity stirring at the palace. The search for a group of sorry. I'm trying to make sure I space this out correctly so I don't go over the 25 word limit. The search for a rogue party is heightened. My involvement may be needed. We'll update you on the morrow. And then that's the word limit as you get that final message.
All right.
You could hear a little bit of worry.
Yeah,
you heard a little bit of worry in his voice as you're not able to inflect much due to the fact that you can't see his face, but the tone of his voice, the way he was talking, from what you remember from past, there was definitely something troubling his mind that you feel like he was not able to get across in such a short message.
Got it. Alright. Alright, Dallen's gonna see who's still asleep and try to wake everyone up. We'll start moving again.
You see that most of the rest of the caravan has already begun loading up their stuff onto the carts. Everything seems to be about set. The treasurer is very comfortably in his canopied wagon, looking onward at the caravan with a slight smile. You can't quite tell what's going on in his mind. You're not sure what could be going through his head, but he seems rather content. And as you look across, you see Talos next to his noble steed, giving him some nice pets and whispering to him quietly as you see Milo is up. I'm not sure what Milo would be doing right now, but Dain is also looking through his bag as he's kicking into inventory all of his gear, as he is often like to do, making sure there's no worms at it again.
Pretty much.
What would Milo be doing right now? You're writing a note, Milo, or?
Milo is going to be trying to still comprehend what the Deva told him.
Yeah, Milo has a mile-long look on his face as he kind of stands there staring at the horizon, happily holding over his shoulder what appears to be a stinger with a. Let's see. I think there was something we were wanting to decide on that. Let me double check here. It's been a couple weeks since this. Yes, I was going to have you roll for that, wasn't I?
You tell me.
Yes. So you have the stinger, but we're not sure if the poison sac that would have been, or the venom sac within the stinger itself would have been intact. Go ahead and roll me a survival check to see. Yeah, to see if it is in fact intact. Oh wait, do you need to roll it? Would that need to be Talos? Talos, did you cut off the tail? I forget.
Let me look back.
Can't remember if you cut it off or if Milo got to cut it off.
All I did was throw the scorpion's body over, from according to my notes. The only things I tore apart were the legs, trying to cook them, and poorly did bad at that.
I gotcha. Okay, and with a 9, unfortunately with a 9, as you have the tail in your hand, the part of it is definitely very sharp. You could definitely feel like it could pierce through a lot of armor, but the only poison that remains is what's a little bit that remains within the actual stinger itself. You could get maybe one use out of the poison within it, but it definitely does not seem to be very strong, and there's not a whole lot of it left.
You sons of bitches.
Now, you may be paranoidly looking around you, making sure there's no other giant scorpions in the vicinity.
Alright, Milo, we can go fight anymore.
Sorry, I forgot. You all are just sitting here in the quietness. Forgot to get some music going. Gotta get that ambiance going.
Very nice.
There we go. That should be pretty good for the moment. Alright, and so as each of you have kind of taken your morning preparations and you look across the desert, I assume, Dain, you mount your horse, you take to the front of the caravan with your compass in hand to lead the group forward.
Aye, aye.
Very good. And so, as we continue on, do we have a marching order for this day of the journey?
Well, probably. He wants to be in the middle. I guess.
All right.
That or in the back.
So Dallen will stick to the middle. Dain is going to be in the front.
Let you choose, Milo.
I'll be in the back.
Okay. Milo is taking up the rear, and Talos?
I think I'll be up front again.
All right. So Dain and Talos take charge of the lead in towards the desert. All right. So, as it is a new day, as we are heading onward, I would like one of you to roll me a D100.
Sure, why not?
14, all right.
Giant scorpion.
Oh, interesting. I'm not gonna lie, these random encounters are one of my favorite things, because I spent so much time preparing the lists for you guys to use, so it's always exciting to see what could happen. Alright. So, as the party continues to travel across the sands and the dunes, the mountains in the distance creeping ever closer, The hot sun bearing down upon you as each of you continue to drink from your water canteens. With Dain, I'm sure, constantly using his alchemy jug to refill some fresh water to help top off everyone's drink, as the rest of the caravan continues to use the barrels that everyone filled up at the fort previously.
Yeah. Gotta keep everyone hydrated.
About mid-morning, the horses start to become a little restless. As I would like all of you to roll me a perception check.
Perception.
Ooh, very nice roll from Milo there.
A 5. Oh, come on.
You accidentally rolled twice there, Dain.
Yeah, I was gonna say ignore the double. My mouse is being weird and it's double clicking recently.
You're good. It makes a lot of sense for Talos and Dain to get this, because since you're in the front, as your horses are the first to start to get spooked, you were more concerned with tending to your horse. As you're, like, Talos, your first thought is, oh crap, is there a snake nearby? As you're looking around for an immediate danger. And Dain, you're just, your horse is getting very antsy, and you're like, between trying to keep the compass in line, like we're supposed to go, whoa, whoa. Dallen and Milo, you two also feel a little bit of stirring from the horses, but you're able to kind of feel a little bit of an atmospheric change in the air. And as you are looking around, you are noticing to the northwest, you see that the sky goes from a clear sky down towards the sandy dunes. You start to realize, wait, is the sky starting to turn brown? And Dallen, you're the first to realize that there appears to be some sort of wall of brown heading your way, and
Oh no.
Dallen and Milo, you quickly are able to realize that what appears to be approaching seems to be similar to that storm that you all entered when you found the Circle of Sands hideout when you were brought there. There appears to be a similar storm, except this one seems to be out of control and is quickly approaching you all. What do you guys do?
Well, I'm just keeping my head down and looking at the compass.
Hey guys, there's a thing coming towards us.
What do you mean a thing? As I grip onto the hilt of my hammer, like it's like
Jesus Christ.
It's that way. I'm gonna point towards the storm.
oh.
Trying to see if there's any like shelter we can go to.
Roll perception to see if you can find any sort of shelter nearby. As you all start to hear rolling thunder.
Oh.
Nat 20.
Natural 20, wow. Yep, you are on top of this.
I was like, I ain't having any of that shit. Let's go over here.
It's like there's a hole.
Well, good news is you're not going to waste any time. Bad news is you know for a fact that you're in the middle of a vast desert, and as you look around, like, there's nothing but dunes nearby. You realize that there is no shelter from what's about to come and hit you.
Okay.
Move the caravans.
Is there a...
I will also give you that with your perception check that you realize that the storm is moving very quickly and that you maybe have less than a minute before it's going to envelop the caravan.
Alright. The only way I can think, the only thing I can think of is I'm gonna yell at everyone. Get inside the carts, cover yourselves. Bring your pet. Bring the animals too.
And have the caravan circle itself. And get the horses in the middle, quickly.
All right. As you all give out the command, the caravan quickly begins to follow your orders as the storm continues to get closer and closer. As everyone quickly surrounds moves into a circle to help buffer against this sandstorm. The horses are brought into the middle as people start to throw blankets on them and prepare the best that they can.
I'm gonna check on make sure like the horses are at least tied to the are tied well so that they don't run off in panic.
Sounds good. Dain, are you doing anything?
Trying to rein my horse into the middle of it all, and then trying to help secure down the carts and such.
All right. And then Milo, anything you're preparing with?
Bring my pony into the middle of them as well, and then hide in one of the carts.
Very good, very good.
Oh, it would be small enough to hide under the carts too.
And so,
Nope.
go for it.
Dallen's gonna be using like any spare cloth he could use. He could find to tear apart and kind of like make masks for everyone, as well as try to make stuff to cover the horses' mouths too, so they don't breathe in sand.
Sounds good. All right. And so, as you all quickly prepare for what you're not quite sure what to expect. As you perceive very quickly, Dallen, the storm rolls and roars as it envelops the entire caravan as you all are deafened by the sounds. As everyone, a few people start to scream as they kind of cover up their eyes as sand buffets their face and their exposed flesh as they all kind of hide within their wagons, covered up as best they can, and perception becomes almost non-existent. There we go. As you all kind of bunker down, taking the storm in stride. Alright. Anything you all wish to do from here?
Dallen's just mainly checking on everyone that he can find, making sure nothing's happening to anyone, as well as trying to keep himself from getting knocked down or anything.
Roll me. So, are you walking around the caravan?
Yeah, mainly, yeah.
Since you prepared properly, roll me a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
Gotcha. Ooh, I don't have very strong wisdom.
A 13. Thankfully,
okay, I'll take it.
You struggle to see through the desert. Your goggles and your mask that you wear help protect you from getting buffeted, but it is as if you were seeing nothing but the storm has a combination of sometimes it gets really bright, but then it becomes incredibly dark, like nighttime again, and it almost looks as if sometimes when you swam underwater and you've opened up your eyes, sometimes the water gets clear, sometimes it gets foggy. It's turbulent, and you find yourself having a lot of difficulty traveling around. But thankfully, because of the way the caravan is set up, you don't end up wandering out into the desert. Just barely, by the way, just barely. And so you're able to check on a couple caravans, but it's very difficult.
Smacking into one of the caravan carts.
Yeah, you end up running into one of the carts as your hands are wherever, and then you're like, oh, there's a wagon. Okay. And so you're able to take on a few and comfort a few people as the storm continues onward. Anyone else doing anything?
I'm trying to like keeping one hand on like the cards while at the same time trying to like make sure everything's like secured on the outside, like while still trying not to get blinded by the sand.
Yeah, you hear like the constant as if you're getting like the sand's blasting on your helm. Is a little bit deafening, but you're trying to get a little bit used to it. It's protecting most of your face and from your scales getting buffeted by the sand. Are you traveling anywhere or doing anything in particular, Talos? You said you're on the outside of the caravan?
No, I'm on the in. I'm basically just like keeping one hand on the caravan so I know where it's at, while the other hand's kind of like making sure that the lashings for like the covers are tight. Like, and then like making a full circuit. And once I make a circuit, I like kind of like pull myself into the interior and do the same thing on the interior.
I gotcha. Yeah. So as you continue to kind of secure, make sure things are settled, anything Dain or Milo are you doing?
I'm just hanging out in one of the carts and trying to make sure my axe doesn't disappear from me.
Yeah, as you just kind of hold onto your axe, and there's a few other guards that are kind of sitting there with you as they've tied the tarps of the wagon tightly together, but every once in a while you all kind of wince and close your eyes as a breeze of sand blows in through a few cracks that inevitably can't be sealed off. As it still gets a little sandy in there, but you're protected for the most part. Milo?
Yeah, I'll just be waiting on one of the cards for this to blow order.
Sounds good. A couple hours pass by as the storm continues to rage on. Thunderstorm. You can hear thunder outside as it's absolutely surrounded by this massive storm, and it continues to just blow across the dunes. Anything anyone else is doing for the time being, or are you all going to just basically hunker down until the end of the storm?
Pretty much just hunker down.
Yeah, Dallen's gonna try and get up to the horses and just hunker down, try to make sure you're trying to calm them down as well. See if he actually makes it over there, though.
Yeah. Roll me another wisdom saving throw with advantage. Okay, 19. Having gotten a few bearings over the last couple hours with the wagons in place, you're able to go around to where you kind of remember the horses being, and you find that they've already knelt and gotten as low to the ground as possible. Their heads kind of low to help reduce the amount of sand buffeting against them. For the most part, they seem to be keeping themselves as protected as they can, especially with all the blankets and stuff thrown upon them.
Got it. Yeah, I'm just gonna try and hold myself over the horses as much as I can, just to give them an extra bit of protection.
Alright, sounds good. As you all continue to just wait out the storm, 5 hours more hours will end up passing for a total of 7 hours. As the hot sun beating down upon you, all of you kind of drink from your water canteens, spitting out sand as you do so. A few people try to eat some rations and spit out sand as they kind of start to grind on their teeth, until eventually the sound of thunder begins to move away and visibility starts to become lighter again. As almost all at once, the sand seems to start to settle, and the storm seems to have passed.
Hooray.
And as you all kind of start to poke your heads out of the sand, Dallen, you've become half buried in sand as you've kind of hung out by the horses, who are also half buried by sand.
I shake out the
All right,
sand out of my helmet and
Yeah, you took some shelter inside one of the wagons for a time, Talos, as the storm was seemingly not going down. But as the storm goes out, everyone's starts to shake out all the sand as the entire landscape looks completely different. A few dunes that you remember seeing before have become flattened, and there's new, bigger dunes were in their place. The entire landscape seems to have changed.
you have your compass, do you?
I'm gonna make sure I still have my compass and bring it out if I do.
Roll me an investigation check. Make sure you didn't drop it when the storm hit.
That would be very bad.
With the 12, you just barely you find it covered in sand on the ground nearby.
Oof. Yeah, that would have been bad.
You realize it fell out of your pocket and seemed to have been like you just saw the glint of the glass poking through the sand right next to one of the wheels. And you realize that if you hadn't looked for it and found it, you may have accidentally ran it over and broken it. As you kind of pick it up, you shake off the sand a little bit. You see that it is still operational.
I'll look over at Talos. Got it. Just holding
Good.
it up in the air.
Alright. Let's make sure that all the horses are. Try to get as much sand off as possible, and then try to see if we can get underway.
Yeah, Talos, as you look over towards the horses, you see that most of the blankets they're carrying, that they have on them to protect them, they're about half buried, and you see next to them, you see the head of Dallen just kind of poking out of the sand.
You stayed the whole time in over there?
Yeah, there are transportation.
Right. Well, I hope we get the blankets off them and try to get them dusted down.
All right. Dallen tries to get out of the sand as he's just trying to, I don't know, brush off all the sand off the horses.
Give me a strength saving throw.
Damn. Okay, that kind of sand.
Low DC.
Sand just grows abs immediately, just breaks me. Said strength saving throw.
Yeah. 17. Yeah. DC was like 6.
Gotcha.
And so
Well,
as
if I
you, just,
had disadvantage, I would have gone.
you effortlessly just rise from the sand. As you feel the sand start to drain from your armor. And you guys, I believe, start to clean off all the horses, get everything just resettled as the caravan starts to collect itself again. As you all look up and the sun is starting to get low in the sky.
Well, sure we can.
What do you guys think? Should we rest or keep moving?
That's not
Try to get somewhere a little more covered. I'm gonna try to see if how far ahead I can look and see if there's anything farther ahead that might be a little more sheltered.
Roll perception.
Sheltered from the storm.
11.
Yeah, as you kind of start to look around, you're a little bit lost. Thanks to Dallen's or Dane's compass, you're able to have a good sense of like the direction you were heading, but the storm having blown through, the entire landscape has completely changed from what you saw previously, and from what you could tell from your position, you can't tell if there's any new or better like shelters at the moment. Everything just there's just a lot of new dunes.
I suggest we at least start moving off a little bit, and then try finding a place to settle for the night.
That sounds like a plan. Closer to the mountains we can get.
So, as you all kind of...
Yeah, I agree. As Dallen gives Bagel his last sugar cube.
And so as you all mount back up and get the caravan going again, you all essentially have lost half a day's worth of travel from this storm.
Damn storm.
But because you guys decided to not travel, you have not gotten lost. As if you all had decided to travel, I would have had you do some rolls, and then depending on how you rolled, if you all failed, which there was a high DC for this, if you all had failed, I was going to have to roll a D8 to determine what direction you would end up traveling. Which means you could have headed back the way you came. You could have gone
back in our Draco.
I mean, you would have hit the river first, but you might have headed back in that direction.
And the only one that wouldn't have would have been me because I got the compass.
Well, perception was terrible. Like you wouldn't have been able to really use the compass at that point.
Fair.
Alright. And so, as you all continue to travel a few more hours, the sun finally sets as it starts to get dark and cold across the sands. As you all begin to start to feel weary from the day's travel and enduring the storm.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I guess we should try and find a place to set up camp for the night.
Agreed.
Alright, perception, survival checks of your choice.
I'll do survival this time. Five? Are you kidding me?
There's just sand everywhere, Talos. You're so tired of being in sand.
Look around.
I don't like sand.
It's everywhere.
Hey, it could be worse. You could be an automaton in the sand.
Alrighty.
Of course, it's rough. It gets everywhere and it's in my joints. I can't
Yeah,
move.
shit. It's like...
That sounds like an automaton of fun. No laughs, no laughs. Okay.
It's like, you just hear nope, 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 nope.
Alright, Dain and Dallen. As you two kind of perceive around, a lot of the area has definitely changed as you've been moving through. You could tell that the sandstorm was large enough that it seems to have swept even through this area that you're in now. But you do see a rather flattish area, a bit of a dip inside the dunes that seem to provide decent enough cover around to block most vision from the outside. A bit of a bowl, if you will. And you all feel that it would probably be a good, strong place to set up for the night.
I vote over here.
Dallas gonna start heading over there.
I'm gonna kind of start directing the caravan over that way.
Alright, the caravan follows your lead.
Dallas being a little bit inconsiderate. He just started walking over there.
The caravan follows you over to the spot you find, and I assume you all set up your tents for the night?
Yeet.
As you finish off your rations of water and food for the day, having set up camp, everyone still shaking out sand from their hair and taking some of the clothes out and fanning it out, and more sand. There's just sand everywhere. All of you feel gritty and kind of gross. It's like if you went through a storm and you were wet, except it's the opposite. You're super dry and gritty.
Ugh.
It's gonna run a hand through my beard, and just a whole ton of sand will just drop out of it.
Yeah, it's just a small waterfall of sand. Just shh. As you feel like you might have lost like a half a pound
Dallin
from the day.
sneezes and a bunch of sand just comes out.
Not wait to get out of this damn desert.
I don't know about you lot, but I'm sticking to the mountains after this. I don't like this desert.
And so as you all finish up your rations and evening stuff for the day, is there anything you all wish to do before you go to bed?
Oh, Dallen's gonna try and finish up the carving of Murph.
The carving, you said?
Yeah, the carving of Murph.
Go ahead and roll for it.
Sword carving.
Good Lord, I don't think you've
Wait, yeah.
ever rolled
22?
below a 20 when you use your wood carver's tools.
My man likes his wood carving.
Yeah. So with Murph there being in person, well, in mimic in the flesh, you're able to use them as a strong reference as you finish up your carving, and you use some of your resources that you have available to decorate until you kind of put them side by side, and one of them is still slightly moving, which is the only way you can discern which is the actual Murphs, and the other one is your carving.
And down like the inner stealth, try to hide from Milo.
Here.
Now, do I need to roll insight or perception to see Dallen?
What's your passive perception?
15.
Yeah, so without even needing to look, or without even telling, you hear as you hear footsteps behind you. Now, what you decide to do, now that you can tell that someone seems to either be walking towards you or attempting to sneak towards you. Whether or not you determine whether they're trying to sneak or not, be up to you, and what you do next is up to you.
After hearing the footsteps,
can I explain the situation?
After hearing the footsteps, do I know who it is?
That I'll have you roll an insight for. You know
Soft
who it is.
20.
You know exactly who it is.
Dallen,
There's a small smile
what the
curls up on
fuck
your
are
lip.
you doing?
Alright, as Dallen's sneaking up behind him as he picked up the statue in front of Milo and tried to sneak around him. And it's like he's just barely opening up his backpack and about to put the statue. It's like, oh, you saw me? You heard me?
Dallen, you're as sneaky as fucking Talos and Dain in their fucking armor.
I heard
What?
And I meant it too!
And as Dallen's saying this, like he's kind of slowly moving the statue into your backpack, thinking that you're not noticing.
Dallen feels as if his boots of elven kind have betrayed him.
Dallen, if you want to give me something, just give it to me. Otherwise, we're gonna have another incident.
Fine, you're no fun. He takes the statue out of your backpack and just hands it to you.
And you start a little bit as you realize he handed you Murphs. And then you roll me another insight check real quick. 4. Somehow he was sneaky enough to take Murphs off your body, and now he's handing him to you.
I'm gonna poke, quote-unquote, Merce in front of me.
As you poke it, he's incredibly hard. That bastard, he petrified Murphs!
Dallen?
That's what an insight of 4 gets you.
Yeah?
I don't know what you did, but what the fuck did you do to Merce?
Dallen's gonna look at his statue and look over at Murph and like, you need the Murph right there?
I'm gonna look down at where Morse was, and
He's
see
right where
that
he was.
I'm also gonna poke that Morse.
A squish, and you hear the Pillsbury Doughboy.
And that exact laugh.
I am very confused, but thanks for returning Morse to me, and not taking him at the same time.
You're welcome. And Dallen just looks at him weird and just kind of sits down near the fire.
Milo's gonna spend the next 5 minutes rethinking his life decisions and trying to get a grasp on reality again.
Anything anyone else is doing? Any other shenanigans?
Can I try to extract this last bit of poison from the stinger?
Sure. You have a poisoner's kit?
I do.
Alright. Then, let me see. Is there a specific role for that? Oh. Because I'm tempted to say survival. That'd be the only thing I could even think of for something like this. Let me check something real quick.
Nature?
It would be an animal part. Yeah, I'd say either survival or nature of your choice with this. Plus, you may add your proficiency and have an advantage with the poisoner's kit, as you have proper tools for it.
Okay, so that's nature, and then +4 to each roll, so 23.
23 total. Yeah. You're able to take the what's now starting to dry out husk. It's also a little bit sandy as well at this point, and you're able to use the tools in the kit to start to extract as much of the venom as possible until you put it into a small glass of vial, just enough to barely fill it up. It's a terribly small vial, and it probably you could probably get one use out of it. But you could also maybe try to use it as an ingredient to either improve something, make something more volatile. Like, you essentially you can put down in your inventory one-use poison. Like one-use scorpion poison. It's not a whole lot, but you were able to extract a little bit of it.
There you go.
What little of it there was. And then I'm assuming Talos and Dain, you're probably just looking over your gear again.
Yeah, try to get as much of the sand out as possible. Like,
Investigation checks.
all right, 1 sec.
I'm sure everything is fine.
Yeah, you spend most of your time getting sand out of your bag. Same with you, Talos.
Damn stupid sand.
You literally stick your hand into your bag, and as you pull it out, you just have a handful of sand as it's draining back down into the bag and on the ground.
Damn sand.
And as it gets later to the night, everyone begins going to sleep. What are you all doing?
Dallen's gonna do gonna do the last shift.
You're gonna take the last night shift.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Anyone taking first watch?
I'll take first. Why not?
Dane's got first. Second watch.
Sure.
And then Talos has third.
Alright.
All right. So as everyone gets to bed, Dane, you take up the first shift as you watch everyone lay down and start to get some rest. The campfire crackling nearby as you're surrounded by dunes. I'll have you roll me a perception check as the stars twinkle above you.
Alright. 16.
Yeah. As you meander about the campsite a little bit, hearing the snores of your companions and everyone else is resting, you stare out into the sands around you. Quite dark as it is, with the moon just starting to wane, get smaller and smaller as the days go by. A gentle breeze blows across the cool desert sands. You're able to look off into the horizon to the northwest, to the west, and the southwest, as you can just start to see and you feel in your bones what's calling to you, the mountain range.
Feels like home. Slightly.
You're starting to feel anxious to eventually arrive there. And as you continue to watch over the camp for a few hours, you get to a point where your shift has ended. And you head over to Milo.
Yeah, gonna nudge him awake. Good morning.
Getting really fucking tired of this.
I feel that. Hopefully we'll be in a place soon where we can not do shifts of this.
Want one good night of rest. That's all I asked for.
When we get down to Lancaster, for definitely. Right. Good night.
Enjoy your rest.
Just gonna face plant. Go to sleep.
A small cloud of sand and dust just up around you as you land.
Fuck, I wish I could go to bed that easily.
And you kind of give yourself a bit of a stretch, Milo. And you start your watch, holding out your hand of glory, so you can see through the dark evening. Go ahead and roll me perception check. Woo.
I see everything.
Natural 20. Yep. As you kind of walk around and keep an eye out for everything, you're feeling a little bit paranoid, having heard of the previous night's engagement with a giant scorpion, and so you have a very sharp eye to look around and make sure that nothing is coming near you. Amidst your paranoia of searching around, making sure nothing's happening, you take a look off to the northwest, where you feel that you see what appears to be a shadowy figure way off in the distance, a large, like, what you assume to probably be a mountain, except, strangely enough, near the top of it, you swear you see a little bit of light coming from it. And not quite sure, it's too far away to determine exactly what. You're able to just barely see it. You're not sure if maybe a star is just positioned perfectly over it or not. It's hard to tell, but as you continue to look around, you look off into the distance towards the west and southwest as you guys are headed the direction your caravan is heading. And you're starting to... It's a little hard to determine this dark at night, but somehow with your halfling senses, you can start to see not only a distant mountain range, but it also almost looks like you're getting near the end of the desert as well.
Can I focus on that light I saw again and
Certainly.
see if it's moving or not?
Yeah, as you kind of like take in the surroundings, and you're certain that there's nothing nearby, nothing's close. As you spend the last bit of your time of your shift, you look back towards that light, and as you kind of focus on it, you see it almost. Let me see. Give me a nature check. With a 10, it's hard, like, the distance is vast. You can definitely tell that there's a light there. It almost looks like it could be flickering, but for what you could tell, it's not moving. It seems to be remaining on the top of whatever that shadowy figure is. What you assumed it might be probably a mountain.
Very well. Well, let's just see there. Anyways, I'll go wake up Talos.
As you head over to Talos, you nudge him.
Talos, get up.
Mm.
I'm gonna kick him in the shin.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw, Talos.
Oh, sorry, wrong one.
You're all good. 15. Roll for, let's see, I'll have you roll me something, Milo. Let's see. Roll me a athletics check, Milo. Oof. You kick him in the shin, and the body of Talos does not move, nor does it wake up.
I'm gonna whisper to Merce, can you eat his foot? Or nibble on a hand, I'll leave that up to you, Merce.
Do. Like Talos just laying there on his roll, just like snoring into the night.
Or so one time I need you to actually eat someone and you don't do it. Fine.
What does Milo do?
all of Talos' gear is around him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna take his axe, or not axe, battle hammer.
His warhammer?
Yeah.
Alright. Roll me an athletics check to see if you can pick it up. It's kind of
God
heavy.
damn it. Can I just have Morse devour it?
I mean, yeah, I guess you could just have put Murphs on the hammer and then he could just slurp it up.
Okay, I'll do that instead.
Yeah, you hold up Murphs next to the hammer and Murphs just looks at it, goes, eh, and sucks in Warhammer into his bag of holding self.
Alright, then can I just take a fistful of sand and just, like, cover Talos' nose and mouth with it?
Yeah, and I'll have you make another wisdom saving throw with disadvantage this time, Talos.
Oh God.
That's your one. You start to choke on the sand.
I shoot up immediately, like the closest weapon I have and at hand, just kind of like swing it around, like.
Roll me a.
Can I roll acrobatics to dodge this?
Yeah, acrobatics to dodge as Talos grabs the Sunblade and like radiant light just whips out everywhere. Boom! With 17, you do manage to backflip out of the way, but you feel the heat of the sun on your back as the blade just goes right underneath you. Like in slow motion, you see as Talos, blinded and choking, swings, and you manage to flip. And as you're flipping, your head is backwards as you're doing a backflip, and you see the blade just go in front of your face, just whoa, before you land. As he just kind of,
and that thing is on full power. It's like daytime now.
Morning, sunshine.
One sec, guys.
You just hear Dain mumbling in the background. Turn that light out.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to roll something to be able to get this out of my mouth and eyes, aren't I?
Alan's just gonna like sleepily take out a gun and then point at wherever the light is and just hear it click.
Yeah.
You could have woken whoever. What?
Yeah, just give me a quick an idle
sleep.
medicine check, Talos.
Trust me, Talos.
Medicine.
I tried. Wake up next time.
Dain's gonna use a shield to like block.
Yeah,
15.
You sputter and you take one of your fingers, put it next to your muzzle, and you kind of blow as you get the sand out of your nose, and you rub your eyes, and it's a little gritty, but you're able to open them up, and you see Milo in front of you.
Could have woken me up in some other way.
Trust
and
me, I tried.
sand.
I tried. But you didn't wake up, so I made you wake up.
Fine. I reach over to where my hammer was.
Roll me a quick investigation.
Alright.
You feel an indent in the sand where your hammer was.
My head's gonna slowly turn and glare at Milo.
Anyways, I'm off to bed. Have a good night.
I grab him by the back of the shoulder with a very strong grip.
So you're trying to grapple me? Can I roll an acrobatics to get out of that?
Would you be expecting this?
I mean, it's Talos, and I may or may not have taken something from him.
Okay, I'll allow you a straight roll then. As Talos, you can do an athletics check to grapple him. Oof. You reach out with your hand, and you just. Woof. It's like that one old Scooby-Doo scene where you see the knights in the armor reach out to Scooby and Shaggy and just shink. You've all seen that, right?
You little thief! I'm charging after him now.
Oh Lord.
You have no proof it was actually me, though.
Wait, he has an inkling. And at the moment, that's enough. He's already mad that you shoved dirt in his face.
It was sand, but...
It was an earthen stuffs.
You should wake up next time.
Also, as you were the last one on shift, he would have an inkling that if something happened to his hammer while he was asleep, you would be the one to know about it.
I must have missed it. I was too focused on the light.
You are a very annoyed and upset Dragonborn coming barreling at you, so wielding the sun in his hand.
And waking the camp up.
I'm just gonna stop mid-track and be like, Talos, you gotta be quiet. The rest of the party is sleeping.
You're saying that you're slowly
The light
backing away
gets
from him.
bright. The sun just gets brighter in my hand.
Alright, Dallen's gonna get up and grab his Inferno rifle and just point it at Talos and just cock his hammer back and say, fucking stop.
I'm back here, you little... No.
Can I run a tackle Talos?
You can try.
Yeah, as Talos is still angrily stomping towards Milo, you kind of get up and you're going to attempt to tackle him.
Yes.
It'll be competing athletics checks. You attempt to grapple onto Talos, and you find yourself getting dragged on the sand by him.
Yeah, Dallen's just gonna hold on to him. It's like, fucking stop already! I'm gonna yell over to Dain. Dain, help out, goddammit!
Dain, wisdom saving throw.
My Bahamut's wrath, you give it back!
Dan, you're dead asleep.
I've just like
Pull
rolled
out
over.
my...
I've just kind of like rolled over and using the shield as a fucking block to the sun. Just look
I'm gonna-
over.
Okay, I'm gonna load my gun, my pistol, and just shoot it in his direction.
Okay. Wisdom
That
saving throw.
escalated.
I'm making sure that I'm aiming and not hitting him, but I'm shooting it in his direction to wake him up.
Wisdom saving throw with disadvantage now, Dane.
Because I'm pretty sure that's going to wake everybody up.
Yeah, like, wake up!
Dane is dead to the world.
God damn it!
The rest of the campus
Should
then,
use my
as,
PF bullet. He
as
just bursts
lights-
into flames to wake him up.
as lights start to flicker, like people start to turn on lanterns, and you hear stirring across the entire camp. Like, whoa, are we under attack? What's happening? As a loud.
Talos got mad. Stop him!
I'm gonna pick up Morris, kind of bring him really close to my mouth, and whisper, "You better hide that thing and never let anyone find it other than me."
Yeah, Dallen's just yelling at everyone, just
Like while one hand's holding up,
tackle
the other one's
Talos.
hand is out, like my other hand's like reaching toward frickin' like toward frickin' Milo, and I'm like my focus is on like the sigil on the hammer right now.
Well, the hammer's
Oh,
completely
yes.
gone.
Well, Dallen,
Well, I have a feeling he has it somewhere, and I'm like focusing on that sigil, see if anything will react with that sigil.
Dallen's just yelling at everyone and can't tackle Talos to subdue him.
Yeah, I need you to roll me a persuasion check for that one.
Gotcha.
Talos, if it's so important to you, search me. I don't have it. The thing's bigger than me. If I had it, you'd be able to find it.
I wrench Murph off his back.
21.
You're very persuasive as Talos and Milo are it looks as if they're getting into altercation. A couple of the guards do stir as they kind of go up, and Talos, you feel multiple hands on your shoulders and your side as they go, "Oh, easy, man, easy. Come on, hold on. Let's try to figure this out. Come on."
Dallen just lets go and drops to the ground and gets back up like, what the fuck are you doing? He's our friend!
Friends don't steal from friends.
What did he steal from you?
My hammer.
Talos, if I had your hammer, you'd be able to see it on me. The damn thing's bigger than me.
Roll a let's see. Roll a deception check, Milo, and Talos roll an insight.
Insight.
Ooh. As you say that, like, the guards on your side, they go, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, he's so small and your hammer's so big. It must have got buried in the sand somewhere. Come on, we'll help you look for by your cog. But Talos, you can
make an insight check.
Yeah, you can go ahead and do an insight as well if you want, Dallen. Now you're also you like.
God damn it, Dallen.
You realize, yeah, Milo clearly can't have it. I mean, it's bigger than he is. He probably couldn't even pick it up. But Talos, as you make your accusation and you look into his eyes, like, you can't sense it. You don't know. You're not sure where your hammer is. It just, like, you just don't feel it. But from the words that Milo's saying, you know that you've been traveling with him long enough. You've kind of started to pick up on a few of his key movements and the way he talks to realize that he's not telling the full truth right now. You realize that he definitely doesn't have the hammer on him, but you can tell that he's definitely knows that something has happened to it.
How about we ask Murph if he knows where it is?
Horace, you know where it is?
Murph's eyes kind of...
I'm glaring at Murph right now, like, gripping the Sunblade with, like, like, if I didn't have armor over my hands, my knuckles would be, like, white right now.
Roll me an intimidation check, Talos.
Intimidation, alright.
I need to look up mimic stats real quick. Where would mimic be? 220, there it is. Okay. Here we are. Okay, so this would be Murph's stuff, and... Okay.
What's up?
Murph's eyes, upon, like, looking at you, Talos, he sees the blade, like, starting to glow a little bit brighter. He can start to feel the heat. You're staring absolute death at him. Murph takes a look up at you, Milo, looks over at Talos, and bleh, and spits up the hammer as it lands at your feet, Talos, as he rolled a natural 1 against your insight, or intimidation.
Horace, how could you?
I took a deep breath and, like, next time, make sure your pet is fed before you go to bed. And I pick it up and just, like, walk back to my spot, turning off the sun.
Next time, wake up when I try to wake you up for your shift.
Alright, Dallen, I guess we'll take his shift.
This house is shift. Buddy, come on. I'm right here.
Like, you just hear a thud as I plop down.
You can feel Murph shaking.
Growling and draconic. Growling and draconic.
Yeah, you actually feel Murph shaking on your hip, Milo, as he spits out that message to you. He seems genuinely frightened of Talos right now.
I'm just gonna give Morris a couple of taps, telling him that it'll be alright.
It's like the cooing to you, like a freaking cat that just threw up on someone's boot. It's like, it's alright, buddy.
Dallen's gonna sit next to the bonfire and just say in giant, acting like children. God damn it!
Dallen, I'm pretty sure I'm older than you.
He said in giant. You don't understand him.
So I assume you
Yeah,
go to
you
bed,
are definitely
Milo?
older than him, though.
What's up?
I assume you go to bed.
Yeah,
now.
this is basically how Talos like slams him. And like,
Talos, it's your shift. Do not go back to bed.
I just a grumble, I like get back up and just like glare over, and then just start doing my patrol with my glow orb on low light.
I will say we have a decision to make
I can actually go back to bed.
right now, because the three, like Dane, you're going to be perfectly fine in the morning. The three of you, you have exceeded what is necessary to maintain a long rest. So you will benefit from a short rest currently, but upon the morning, if you were to leave, you all would suffer a point of exhaustion due to not getting enough sleep. As
Can I take like an extra hour to just sleep?
unfortunately, you'd have to restart from at this point, and let's see. So at this point, you all are halfway through a long rest. So you would have to restart from this point, and you would be delayed 4 additional hours if you wanted to get a full long rest in. So that'd be up to you guys. But the entire camp is also going to be suffering for that. Well, they'll have woken up. I'd say the 2 guards will also be kind of a little exhausted as well. Because they had to intervene in trying to keep Talos from tearing apart Milo.
I mean, yeah, Dallen would be fine with sleeping in a bit.
Likewise.
And Talos?
Sorry, I had to step away. What?
You're all good. Essentially, the 2 are fine with delaying the departure in the morning by 4 hours, as because of all this action, you all are no longer going to be benefiting from a long rest.
But Talos is at this point. He's just like Bishop.
So essentially, from this point, after you, it'll be a little more than that, because since Talos will be spending a couple hours to watch, it'll have to be 6 hours, so he can benefit from a long rest. So the departure will have to be delayed by 6 hours, essentially.
So it'd be closer to around like almost noon time then.
Let me think here.
Why would it be delayed 6 hours if right now we're only halfway done?
In order for Talos to get a long rest, because he says he's...
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be... Basically, you would all be leaving at the heat of the day at noon. So, you could do that and make sure you continue the next day with a full long rest, or you could get up, have the benefits of a short rest, but have a point of exhaustion moving forward for the one day.
Talos could sleep in one of the carts while.
Unfortunately, that's not a thing. In order to get a long rest in, you have to be motionless. Like you have to be able to sleep, and with the bumpy carts, and unfortunately, it's. Have you ever tried to sleep on a moving train?
Yes.
Personally, I have, and I'm one of those weird people that as long as I'm able to get in a general position, I can sleep anywhere. Just that's me personally. I don't know.
I mean, same, but it probably takes you a minute if you're in an unfamiliar or uncomfortable position. It probably takes you a bit to get to sleep to begin with.
Just about.
Yeah. Essentially, that's kind of like what the cart is. It's bumpy, it's rickety, it's not the easiest to fall asleep in, and not intuitive, or it's not good to get a long rest in. Because that's I believe that's even a ruling in here. I can double check real quick, but I know that's usually a thing, is that, unless you're on a ship, or like something that can move without dropping to... Let's see. No, that's not it. Resting, 186. Resting. Heroic though may be. Okay, so long rest is a period of downtime at least 8 hours long, during which the character sleeps for at least 6 hours and performs no more than 2 hours of light activity, such as reading, talking, da-da-da. If the rest is interrupted by a period of strenuous activity, at least 1 hour of walking, fighting, casting spells, or similar adventuring activity. Which, it wasn't quite an hour, but I would say firing off guns and, like, you did some strenuous activity in that engagement. That definitely interrupts the long rest. Can't benefit from more than one long rest. It doesn't say there, but I know that there's a thing about it. Oh, here we go. Can't spend every hour of the day in the thick of the exploration, social, or archery combat. They need rest. Yeah. I know there was somewhere about it. It's not in the player's handbook. I know there's something about it, but essentially, like, you needed to sleep for 6 hours and then at least 2 hours of light activity, reading, talking, eating, or standing watch. And I know that most people tend to consider traveling, active traveling, as being unable to get a good solid, like, rest in.
Alright. Talos is fine with taking that point of exhaustion. He can deal with it.
Okay. So then that'll only delay the party by... Well, I mean, yeah, at this point, with the other two being interrupted, everyone will have to... The party, essentially, either everyone will, like, the three of you will have to take a point of exhaustion and then leave on time, or you all can get the long rest in and leave about noonish.
About the short rest.
And Dallen?
Yeah, short rest, I guess.
Okay.
Short rest.
So, the three of you will benefit from a short rest, well, so long as nothing else happens. Talos, go ahead and give me a perception check. And I apologize about the delay in our adventuring. Just need to make sure the ruling was right on that.
You're good.
Talos, a perception check, please.
Sure. 1 sec. Perception. 12.
Yeah, alrighty. As you, you do have a look around. You don't see too much. It's quite dark. As I are using your Sunblade to kind of illuminate the area.
I'm using my drift globe.
The drift globe. Yeah. As you kind of have the drift globe shedding some lighter light, as you hear everyone kind of grumbling and falling back to sleep. Dain is absolutely just snoring up a storm where he is. You have a look around, and you're more frustrated about the situation as you kind of clean off your hammer from some of the Murph's drool, and you look at your family's sigil upon it, and you're feeling relieved that like you still have it. Understanding what would happen, what you may have had to go through if it was lost. As you fasten it to your back and finish up your watch, nothing happens, but it feels like it's been a long night thus far. As we get near to the end of your shift, and you feel it's about time for Dallen to take his shift.
Dallen gets up.
Your turn.
And you start to see a few bags under Dallen's eyes as you realize that he seems to have been napping, but he's definitely not in a very sleepy. Well, he's tired, but he hasn't really been sleeping very well.
I just got a hilarious image in my head. Talos walking over to wake up Dallen, and Dallen just wakes up like one of those old-timey vampires, just levitates up to his feet and just staring at Talos.
I've been up all night.
Because of you.
Talos just goes and plops himself down.
Alright, Dallen just goes over and he's not gonna be sitting down because he's tired. He's just gonna keep on walking to keep himself awake. Walking around the perimeter.
Alright, give me a perception check.
And it has disadvantage.
Not quite yet. You don't have exhausted just yet. I'll be enacting that upon the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with a 12, same as Talos. As you kind of go walk around, you start to see the sun starting to rise as the horizon becomes to turn red from the sun. As the land begins to light up and the coolness of the air around you starts to you start to feel the warmth starting to return to the land. And at the end of your watch, you watch as Dain, who benefits from a long rest. The three of you benefit from a short rest, but all three of you are feeling exhausted now after having gone through the night's activities. You all have 1 point of exhaustion, which just means your checks have disadvantage for the day. As Dain, you wake up, you feel great. You had a great night's sleep.
I feel great after that. What's someone else doing?
As you kind of start to shift and you
Talos just growls.
you put your hand.
Dallen's head just slowly tilts over to him and just glares at him.
You see, everyone else has bags in their eyes, and as you put your hand down into the sand to pick yourself up from the ground, you feel a pit right below your hand, and you realize that there's a bit of a divot in the sand that wasn't there before. And as you kind of squeeze, the sand drains from your hand as you get up, and you're currently holding a bullet that's in the sand.
Dallen, why is there a bullet next to me?
I shot at you, you unforgiving motherfucker that can't wake up.
I'm just gonna slowly look from the bullet, slowly turning to Dallen. Just like, and why would you shoot at me?
I'll wake you up. You weren't waking up. Talos was about ready to rip Milo's head off.
You look over at Talos and you see that he's also got bags under his eyes as he's kind of grumpily looking towards Milo, whom Milo just looks tired as he's just staring off into the horizon. You know, Murphs is averting his eyes, like every time like Milo is kind of moving about, and Murphs has any sort of gaze upon Talos. You see Murphs is like shirking away from him.
I'm just gonna sigh, shake my head, walk over to Dallen, give him back the bullet. It's like, next time, just come and nudge me.
If I would have done that, he would have caught up to him.
But next time, don't shoot at a sleeping dwarf unless you want to bring the hammer down.
Smoke starts coming out of Dallen's nose. Next time, wake up. He says in giant.
So as you all get ready for the day, you take some water. Is Dain feeling like giving everyone a fill of his alchemy jug today, or?
For now.
Probably not gonna give it to Dallen the way they were acting with each other.
So all of you get your canteens filled up by Dain, who's still feeling very generous. Anything else anyone wants to do in the morning as the rest of the caravan is somewhat grumpily picking up their tents, and most of them seem to still have gotten enough of a rest, but two of the guards are currently leaning against their wagon, just like, ugh. As all of them seem to be not too terribly happy about having their sleep interrupted. I'm not hearing anything, so as you all finish packing up your goods and getting the caravans ready, what's our marching order as you all continue to head to the southwest?
I'm in front as usual.
Very good.
Oh, I'll be in the back again.
Dallen's gonna take front as well.
Alright, so Dallen and...
I'll be in the middle.
Alright, Dallen and Dain in the front, Talos middle, with Milo straggling near the back. As you all... Yeah! Have your horses take off as you all begin to travel to the southwest. As I would like someone else to roll me another D100. Someone different this time.
Well, as someone's doing that, Dallen's gonna look over at Dain and say, like, sorry for shooting at you. It was just I panicked.
It's alright.
If it makes you feel any better, I wasn't aiming at you. I was aiming at where I shot.
Give me a re-roll, Milo.
Dallen's just hushed over, just really tired as he says this.
It's alright, lad. Just... don't exactly like it when friends try to attack me.
Like I said, I wasn't trying to attack you, I was just trying to wake you up with the sound.
Yeah, unfortunately I'm a bit of a heavy sleeper. As you probably saw.
Yeah, I know that by now. Yeah. Probably not gonna try that ever again.
I mean, this is a dwarf where essentially there were always loud hammers banging nearby from the forges and volcanic eruptions. Like, this is a being that had to learn how to sleep hard in order to get rest.
Yeah, Dallen's never knew what dwarves are until he met Dain, so he doesn't know that.
All right, as you all take off towards the mountain range in the distance, a couple hours pass by as it's starting to get closer to noon. As I need all of you to roll me a perception check.
Perception.
I see nothing.
Perception.
Oof.
I am just like,
It's a 2 for Talos, Milo with a 10, Dain with a 10.
I got a 17.
Yeah, Dallen got a 17. So, as Dain is continuing to focus on the path ahead of him, Dallen, just to kind of like, as you're staring straight ahead on the path that's before you, just to keep yourself from nodding asleep, you're actively trying to look around, trying to be like, okay, I need to look in other places, otherwise I'm going to fall asleep. And as you do, you're like, huh, are those other people? As you take a look,
And Dallen thinks, oh shit, those are other people, and takes out his gun.
yeah. You look to the south. Let's see, where are we? We are here. No, it would be to the north, just a little bit to the north of your path. You see a small group of tents, just past a dune. As you kind of pass by the dune, you look and you see around 8 individuals in robes that appear to be hanging around some plants. What do you do?
Dallen's gonna nudge Dain. He's like, hey, look like there's people over there. As he's pointing over there. Should we check it out?
Whatever.
As he points it out, you see that there's a small grouping of tents just past the dune that you just passed, and there are 8 individuals in robes, and they have some weird hats on. They appear to be split up into several groups as they're just hanging around what appears to be some plant life.
Well, that certainly looks interesting. We could go have a look.
Alright.
It would delay us getting to the mountains.
Let's ask everyone else. As Dallen's gonna tell you to stay here, keep leaning on. He's gonna go over to Milo and Talos and say, "Hey, looks like there's people over there." He points over at the direction people are. You guys want to go check it out, or do you guys want to keep on moving?
Talos and Milo, as you get pointed out, and you see the grouping of people, just kind of, they seem to be like a small group. You're not quite sure what they're doing exactly, but I will give Talos a history check if he prefers to take it.
Sure.
I'll go ahead and give Milo as well, as if some of your background you could have come across this.
When he went.
11, since you have disadvantage.
Oh, 11,
said-
okay.
History or
History, yes. A 4.
4?
You see a bunch of guys in robes, and you're like, yeah, they're whatever. With that 11, Talos, like, you're not quite sure what's going on, but you realize as you're taking a look at those funny hats they're wearing, you're like, those they're a bit different style, but they seem to exude a scholarly aura to them.
That's weird. Olo's doing here.
As Dain and Dallen looked expectantly at you two as they inquired if you wish to go talk to them and see what's going on.
All right, fine. I kind of rub my face a bit.
So do you all leave the caravan for a bit to go and check out what's going on?
Yeah.
Very well.
I'll stay behind with the caravan, just in case.
As you approach the grouping of tents, you see what appears to be like 2 people in a group each. So 2 by 2 by 2 are each of them appear to be near some plants. One of them appears to be next to a cactus. A few seem to be near some flowers, and they seem to be leaned down. One of them has what appears to be some papyrus in their hand, as they seem to be scribbling some stuff down, while the other one, as you're getting closer, you hear of them mumbling and talking up towards the ones that are taking notes. And as you approach, you see one of them that's right scribbling a papyrus as he's stopping to his note taking and looking at the plan again. His head turns towards you all, and you see he has shuffled a little bit. But upon seeing, I assume none of you are approaching aggressively.
No, just kind of casual.
As the 4 of you are just kind of coming drowsily, sleepily, casually. The one that took notice of you just gives a cocked head towards your direction, and then just shrugs and goes back to taking notes as you continue to approach.
I say, howdy, what you guys doing over here?
One that finishes up taking notes and goes, greetings. We are here studying the plant's life. What are you doing out here?
We're escorting someone over to what's the place called again?
And Kuska.
As he looks over at you guys.
And Kuska.
Oh, and you're heading to the capital then. Well, you're heading in a bit of an odd direction, but it's none of our business.
Better than going straight through the full desert.
Now, we'll be doing that with our particular line of study, and it is required of us.
Yes. We weren't really expecting a desert to be here.
Indeed. The appearance of this desert is most curious. Supposedly, reports have it that this area used to be a Fey wood, and from what we have found here, there definitely does seem to be some evidence of it. Apologies. We are from the school of the University of Lancaster. We've been sent out here to study the plant life that has begun to inhabit itself in this desolate land.
Oh? Have you found out any reason why this is a desert now?
Unfortunately not. There's a lot of conjecture and a lot of curious things about it, but that is not quite the reason for our study. You see, with this appearance of this such intense climate, we have been tasked with researching as well as seeing how a lot of the current plant life and animals seem to survive in this intense desert heat.
Interesting.
Ah, okay.
Well, don't want to be too off on your studies.
Oh, sorry, what was your question?
Talos was just saying he doesn't want to impose too much on on their studies.
Nothing. You won't be opposing at all. We will be finishing up our study of these plant life here, these specimens, before moving on deeper into the desert. By chance, have you encountered or seen anything that it would be of scholarly note?
Giant scorpions?
That would be fauna. We are more interested in the flora.
What did they call them? Some strange...
Cactuses? Cacti?
That's it. That might be it.
Oh, yes, and then he signals over to two of the scholars that are around this this oblong green plant with spikes out of it. Yes, the cacti is one of the more recent additions to this this environment. It is quite a curious thing, as we have not really seen its like anywhere else before. It appears that this particular plant seems to soak up any moisture from the air around it, as well as whenever rain does seem to come through, if ever, it appears to store a lot of it and slowly over time uses it up to help keep itself stay alive. Similarly, after it rains,
What?
we've observed that flowers seem to bloom from parts of this plant, which allow for pollination as well as its seeds to be dispersed along the deserty sand so that it may spread itself, similar to that of some trees.
Interesting.
Interesting.
You said that they hold moisture. Would it be useful to try and cut one open and drink the liquid?
Yes, this is something that we have observed. We have dissected a few cacti. A good many of them are definitely moist on the inside, but they do not provide much fluid for sustenance. But some of them are... He kind of gives his head a cock and looks over at the cactus. It can be a bit of an acquired taste, but I imagine if one is suffering, the inner meat of the cacti could be used to sustain oneself if you are in utter need. Though, there is rumor that there are some cacti that, if they are larger, they may actually contain an actual vessel within them that may actually hold fluid and water. If you were to cut it open, it would almost be like a barrel. We have come to call these barrel
That's
cactuses.
interesting. Huh.
Unfortunately, the specimen we have here is a rather small one. I doubt you would be able to get much from it in its current state.
Quick question.
Yes.
How far are we from
Yes.
Lancaster? Oh, did you not hear me? All right.
Like the last thing I heard was like, "How far are we from?" And then just nothing. Is like, yes.
Ah, got it. My bad. How far are we from Lancaster?
Let me think here. Well, if you were to take a direct route, we were probably about a little over a week distance. We've been traveling for about a week, a little over a week now, haven't we? And a couple of the other scholars go, yeah.
Is there any places for now we could that our caravan here might be able to have some shelter, like any forts, any rest areas, outcroppings?
He kind of rubs his chin a little bit at things. Well, that kind of depends. There have been rumors that of course, along the just to the north of us and to the east of us, there is a river, but you seem to be heading the opposite direction. There used to be some forts an outpost that aligned the river, as it used to be a means of travel between the main ocean and the capital, but many of them have fallen to ruin, it would seem. Supposedly, along this land there may also be some further shelters or some other structures, but it would seem as if the sands seem to constantly bury and unbury them, and so finding them could be next to impossible unless you happen to be lucky enough to find it on a particular period of time. Yes, what is it? It scribbles a little bit more on the papyrus. It appears that these particular specimens seem to be mundane, but can't be the case, because for them to survive in such a heat, no other plants can survive for this long with this much sun and this much heat. It must be
Let's just go look at Talos like that. Let's just get out of here.
Must be something magical about them.
Wait, what? Magical?
Eh? He kind of jolts up and looks at you. What was that you said?
Magic.
You said magical.
Oh, disregard. There's nothing about there's nothing magical about these.
I don't have the wand of detect magic anymore, do I?
Do you?
Oh, okay. I don't think I did. I think I sold that to a cat lady.
I think you did sell that.
Okay. Can I do Arcana?
Yeah, you can do a quick Arcana check if you want. As the scholars seem to be shifting a little uncomfortably with, like, your new vigor. With an 18, as you kind of step a little closer, the scholars are kind of looking at you a little trepidatious, like, please do not trample our specimens. You have a look, and for what you could tell, they seem to be plant life. Nothing too different from what you've been seeing on the road or anything. As far as you could tell, there's nothing inherently magical about these.
Alright then.
Look,
Dom immediately just loses interest and gets up and starts walking away.
Apologize. Oh, I apologize for that one. He's it's really only like 3 things that get him fired up: bullets, magic, and wood carving.
I see. Well, that's one of the things that we are studying, is if magic may indeed be involved and perhaps the way some of these plants survive, but thus far, while it is a theory that perhaps some of these plants may contain magical properties, we have thus far been unable to prove such a theory.
Well, I might be able to help you out just a smidgen. I'm gonna cast Detect Magic on it.
God damn it!
As you cast Detect Magic and your eyes, you flash up with you have a look around. You see, obviously, the glow of different magics coming from your companions as they are just absolutely littered with magical gear all over their bodies. You have a look at the plants, and you can sense a little bit of the natural magic that is kind of within all plant life. It's not very strong, it's just some mild hints, but as you take a look at it, you do see just the smallest hint of a glow from them. So let me double check. Would it be transmutation? I gotta find the right thing. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Give me just a sec. I know it's in here somewhere. Oh, that's not it. Here we go. Okay, so as you take a look at it, you see it takes you a second as you're staring at it, and you're like, no, there's nothing. But then as you're like, well, as you take a closer look, you see the faintest hint of what appears to be transmutation magic, just kind of near the base of the roots. It's very faint, but it's just barely there.
Well, that's unexpected.
What? When you see, as they're a little uncomfortably close to you with their papyruses in hand, ready to write down whatever you're about to say.
Well, it is... the plant itself, there's nothing inherently magical about it. But it seems like there's like a faint residue of transmutation magic, it looks like, down at the roots.
Scroll. Transmutation, you say? Are you for certain?
That's what it looks like.
Fascinating. As they quickly scribble it onto their the parchment, says, take some to look at some of the notes. So, that would explain some of the ways that they're able to survive. There is some slight magic that they are feeding off of in order to help them survive. That is most curious. As they start to speak in a lot of jargon and go over notes with each other.
I was just sitting there, kind of just like nodding along to everything, just like, while at the same time trying not to nod off, like, yep.
Dallen knows that he's starting to fall asleep.
Well, good sir, you have certainly assisted us with some of our research. We are most grateful. Fortunately, there's not much we can give you in terms of a reward. After all, we only have a small stipend that we use to help keep ourselves going on our research. Thaddeus. Yes? You had that one note about some of the rumors of that one thing that we were talking about? Are you certain you want to tell them? As he kind of gives you all a look. Yes. What
like, who the fuck are you talking about? Dallen is like looking like side-eyed at the window. He's like, are you sure?
Yes, they have certainly
Dal does not like this guy.
assisted us in our research. I believe it wouldn't behoove us to reveal a little bit of this. Well, if you're sure, as he kind of walks up to you all. According to some rumors that we've heard, supposedly scattered across this desert are plants which bear a specific fruit. Now, unlike most other fruits which simply would sustain you, supposedly, and this is one of the things we've been trying to research, these fruits heal those that consume them. Now, exactly how they heal, unfortunately, we have been unable to locate one to examine further. But the rumor is that those who consume them feel their vitality restored and a new vigor in their bones. You haven't come across anything
In the bones?
like that, have you?
Not that I know of. And he looks at everyone else.
Not that, not that I really know of. Haven't really been paying much attention to the plants.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, that is your reward. Take that information as you will. I suppose. Thank you for your help. As he then goes back towards the plant that he was at and finishes writing out a couple notes, as you see some sketches of some of the plants that they're looking at.
Thank you for the information there, gentlemen.
Yes, and thank you for your aid. And your appearance here was most mysterious, but fortuitous in the most unexpected way.
I was just traveling across the desert and happened to see you.
Well, then
Hey,
we'll let you get back to it.
I will say, are you heading off towards the northeast at some point?
Most likely. We're charged with exploring this here in desert and attempting to find the plant life and see how many of them, if any, as you've already detailed to us, some of them are, how many of them are affected by this here magic. Our university, as Thaddeus there has informed you, is most intrigued with the possibility of these plants that bear fruit. We hope that, if possible, if we can learn exactly how and what they are, we may perhaps bring a sample back which we could grow at the capital. We have a greenhouse there that we could use.
Very nice. I was going to say, be careful if you are going towards there's a city more towards the coast called Irae. Careful if you're going somewhere near there. They appear to be in a little bit of upset right now.
In our Draconis, you say? And yeah, he kind of pulls out a small sketch of the region's map that they've been kind of drawing up. You can see that it is some small sketches. You can see a bit of an outline where it appears the river. There seems to be what they indicate to be a river, and then the mountain range below them. But then there's a lot of blank pages to the east.
Here, I'm gonna pull out my map to show them.
Yeah. As you kind of pull out your overall map, and while the land of Irae Draconis is still relatively blank, you do have the Irae Draconis location marked, and you kind of show it to them as a comparison. Oh, this is quite a fine map that you have here.
Thank you.
You are quite the fine cartographer, sir.
Well, I may not have, but my companions may have. One sec, guys.
Oh, I see. You watch as they kind of using your guys' map as a reference, scribble and mark some of the locations that you've detailed on your map.
Sorry, give me one sec, guys. I gotta run and grab something.
Yep, you're good.
Dallen's gonna size up these guys, make sure they have something to protect themselves from like those scorpions. or just like bandits in general?
Roll an insight check.
Okay. Insight.
With an 11, they seem fine. They've been out here for a little over a week already, and they've survived. They're good. They're probably good. I mean, you all been out here for a week yourself, and you've survived so far. And as compared to everything that you've been up against, these guys got to be much stronger than they look. Clearly.
All right. Well, I'm still gonna warn them. Like, just be careful about those scorpions. Even actively avoiding those guys.
Don't you worry. There's a lot of the local fauna that we have been avoiding.
Yes, as well as make sure to, don't know what these things are called, but massive clouds of sand burst out every so often. We have to brace ourselves, make sure, and hold it out.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys have run into any of that yet.
Just yesterday.
Just be careful.
Just yesterday, we had to delay an entire day's worth of research because one of those storms rolled in over us. It was most annoying.
Yes.
We've taken to calling them sandstorms.
Hey,
Oh,
sandstorms,
that's what-
you see.
Okay.
They're similar to normal thunderstorms and rainstorms we have back in Lancaster, except without rain or any moisture in the air. It is replaced instead by the rocky sand.
Or like the snowstorms we get in the mountains. Okay,
Yes. Or the snowstorms. Curiously enough, as we have observed, for some reason or another, perhaps by much of the sand rubbing against each other, there appears to be some sort of static charge that begins to build up in the air from the concussive force of so much rock and sand that apparently we have not seen it ourselves, but there have been some static discharges within the storm, causing what appears to be normally from a thunderstorm, lightning bolts or lightning strikes within it, though we've only been able to hear it. We have not actually witnessed any sort of lightning during the storms that we've been caught in. It is most curious.
Dallen's gonna go over to the map and mark down that little area, that little camp they went over to take shelter. He's gonna say, if you guys ever need somewhere
Fortress.
the fortress.
Okay.
He's gonna mark it down on their map. Say, like, hey, if you guys are ever near that area, that's some really good shelter. Go there if you need to hide from a sandstorm.
Functioning well as well.
Most appreciative. Is it on this side of the river?
No, it's on the other side.
Oh, well then
There is a ferry that I built that you could use.
Oh.
It's hidden, and he's gonna mark where they hid it.
That is most appreciative. Yes, we were planning on eventually finding a crossing across to the river. We will use this location you have provided.
I will say, still be very careful. There was a big group of scorpions walking by that we had to hide from for a bit. So just keep an eye out.
There is a reason why we are over a day's travel away from the river. A lot of the local fauna that seem to congregate near the life-giving waters. Yes.
Hey, makes sense, especially seeing it's the only water source that we've ever used find going through the desert.
There have been other sources of water we have located. We've been calling them oases, as the locals call them.
We did find one of them as well, but it was a bit red.
Yes, that is another phenomenon that we have been trying to investigate. We are still unsure as to the reasoning of it. Even strangely enough, as an experiment, we attempted to pour some normal water into this red water to see if perhaps there is any sort of change or perhaps discoloration if it gets lighter or something, but strangely enough, not long after our water was introduced to the red water, it was no change. It appeared to almost also turn just as red. Most curious.
will say,
Of this fringe.
if you do have any magic casters amongst
Sorry,
you,
I had to bring groceries in.
You're good.
hey, so good. I'm stuck in Scottish now, so you're
What?
gonna deal with this.
That's perfectly fine with me.
The light.
Hey, my absolute butchering of the Scottish. My apologies.
Yeah, we're gonna get any Scottish viewers out there. We completely apologize. Do not roast us.
We are very bad at voices, at accents.
Hence my mind is just me normal voice most of the time. My
Alright.
mind keeps switching in and out. Aye, but
Well,
anyway.
before Don leaves, he's gonna say to them, if you do use that ferry, I just have a request. I built it, just treat it with respect and put it, try to hide it, just so it doesn't get overused.
Of
Try to keep it
course.
from getting worn out.
Of course. We will treat it with respect. After all, if we have to return back to the capital the way we came, it would be helpful and useful to use that to return.
Yes. Okay.
Safe travels.
To you as well. As they return back to finishing up their notes on their plans, and so you already see a few of them heading back to their tents to take some shade and drink some of their water.
Yeah, we should probably head back to the caravan and start getting it moving again.
Agreed.
Dallen's gonna look at Tyler to see if he's falling asleep.
You look over at him, and his eyes are looking a little heavy, and there's heavy bags beneath his eyes, but he still seems somewhat focused on the task at hand.
Well, Dallen's gonna smack himself in the face to wake himself up and go over and smack Talos to try to wake him up a little bit more. It's not like a light smack either. It's like,
Like right across the face.
yes, it's like, you guys ever smacked yourself in the face while driving, trying to wake yourself up?
I'm getting like 1 second.
Trying just a shock of trying to wake yourself up.
Do you say anything as you slap him, or you just walk up to him and just...
I just wake up! And just smack.
Talos gets told to wake up, and you get slapped across the cheek.
Okay.
Which makes it sound a little bit louder as he slaps you across your helm.
I'm up.
Insert Taco Bell's dongs.
Dong.
Yes. Dallen takes his pistol and kind of just dongs it, just taps it. Wake up!
No,
Suddenly have a craving for burritos.
Even though Talos says, what is a burrito? Whatever it is, I want it one. It's like, whatever it is, I want it.
Alright. And so you all continue traveling throughout the rest of the day towards the southwest.
Yeah.
As you continue to travel southwest, the sun gets lower into the skies. You all are feeling absolutely exhausted between the heats and just no wind is blowing at this point. It's just been a really hot day. You're all sweating and absolutely starting to get miserable as the sun finally sets and the chills begins to start to creep into your armor.
Let's find a place to settle down for the night.
As they're walking past, Don's gonna every so often kind of just look at his sending stone, a little worried.
The magic is still within it, and nothing seems to, no messages seem to have come in just yet.
Alrighty. I'm gonna do a perception check to find a camping spot.
Alright, go ahead and roll for it. 23. You're noticing that it's a little
20.
bit... Oh, right.
It's 20. Yeah.
Still really high, though. You're ready for a bed. As you kind of have a look around, you all are starting to realize that the dunes that you've been kind of going up and down, like waves on the sea, have become a lot smaller, more small hills, and some of them, you're starting to come into smaller hills as well as long stretches of just flat, dry, dirt. As you realize, you seem to be getting to the edge of the desert. Like, any of you that have ever visited, some of the, Arizona?
Oh god.
I'll be going out there at the end of September.
Yeah, it started to
20
feel like
degrees
that
today.
And so you're able to find easily a nice flat spot to set up camp. I assume, Dallen, you lead the rest of the caravan over?
Yes, he kind of lazily waves at everyone's like, get over here.
As you all mosey your way on over and proceed to set up camp for the night. With fires going, everyone finishing up their water rations for the day, and everyone make sure to write off another ration. How's everyone doing on rations, by the way?
Let's see. I have
Okay, currently.
on my
I'm getting low.
my
but-
personal
Okay.
rations. I have about 22 left.
Yeah, 22 days worth of rations still. That's not too shabby.
That's my personal amount. Not sure about how on the caravan itself.
I've got 51 days worth of rations.
Good lord. You guys definitely stocked up.
I also still have my rock cake rations.
You do?
Rock cakes.
They last forever.
Yeah, I have 30 days left, actually.
Oof. Yeah, no need to worry about rations. You all can be a month out here in the desert and still be fine.
Considering we're a week away from the capital if we went straight there.
Hey guys, so all cool with sharing some rations, cause someone did not prepare.
Dallen tosses you some rations.
Thanks.
How many is some?
He throws some 5
Anyways.
days worth.
Alright, you get 5 days worth of rations.
I'm also going to pass 5 days worth of rations over.
Don't we? How many rations do we have left on the caravan itself?
Let's see. You had made a purchase for the caravan originally, I believe.
Yeah, let me pull up that real quick. Let's see. Let's see. See.
And while he looks that up, is there anything the rest of you would be doing before going to bed?
It was 90 rations I'd purchased for the funds for the caravan itself.
I gotcha. For what I've been keeping count of the amount of days that you all have been traveling, or all the days that you all have been needing rations, and I'll say that the treasurer would have had his a combination of the treasure and a gift from Lord Thanatos would have gifted the caravan some additional rations, but essentially about 2 weeks worth of rations was used up on the trip just to Anardracool. And since we left Anardracool, about 8 days or so have passed. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So about 22 minus 90 minus 22.
12 days, actually. 12 days have passed
Okay.
since you have left Anardracool.
Okay, so it would be about 26. Math.
Math is a wonderful thing.
So we got about 64 rations left.
Yep.
Yeah, on the caravan for the whole caravan.
Oh, sorry. I think I asked and then forgot to. I was looking at something else. It's just people say what they were doing for.
Me, I was making sure everything, making sure the wagons are in good shape. The horses are good.
All right, investigation check for that.
Hmm?
Anything from you, Dain?
Doing my usual, checking gear and such.
10.
A 4.
Oh yeah, 4. I'm just like, I'll put knock on the wood of the tower, like pat the horses that just plop,
Yeah, you guys are good.
and then I just plop my butt down. Like I am clearly not taking the first watch. I'm just like, do you see? Everyone hears the thud of my body hitting my bedroll.
And Dain, go ahead and roll me an investigation. Anything you're doing, Milo?
No, I'm good.
Milo just kind of taking it easy by the fire, staring up at the stars, just kind of
Ready
Done.
for bed.
Yeah, ready for bed.
I've kind of given up for the day. I'm just like, I'm done.
Yeah, it's been a long day thus far, Dain, and the memory of you being shot at without actually knowing you got shot at is still kind of burning in your mind. It's just like, we've been on the road too long. And then Dallen, anything you're doing?
It's a nice ale.
Dallen's gotta be clean his gear, maintain it tonight.
Alrighty.
He's also did Milo say he was gonna take first shift?
no one
Did
has
not say that, but
no one has indicated what shift they're taking.
Okay. Oh, I'll take first shift. Yes, he's doing that. Dallen's also gonna start smoking.
Alrighty. As you all are getting ready for bed, you watch as Dallen takes out his pipe and kind of gives you all a wave to go get some rest.
I guess I'll take second shift.
As Dain will take second and third.
I suppose that'll be me.
Third to Milo, with finally Talos in the last. Alright, so Dallen, go ahead and give me a perception check as everyone else goes to sleep.
Oh.
What'd I get? Fuck.
Dain, I need you to
That's
give
a nat
me,
1.
I need you to give me a... Dain, give me a... give me a Constitution saving throw here.
No dear.
Okay.
13.
Milo, I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh god.
I'm sorry, guys.
Talos, I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
That's whatever I did.
I'm scared.
I'm sorry for whatever happened. It
13.
It wasn't planned.
Turns out the scholars are cannibals and they're out for blood.
Okay. Let me see. I need something to roll here.
Oh god, what happened? Did I just do something bad or whatever?
You're smoking.
Okay, so that's not bad there. Okay,
He's smoking his herbs.
Dallen, as you started your night shift, you took to smoking your pipe and kind of doing your watch. You felt your eyes starting to get heavy, and you don't make it through a full hour of your watch before your pipe is out, and you are also out for the night. And since you were not awake to wake up Dain, and Dain, you did not wake up on your own, you were not able to wake up Milo, who also did not wake up on his own, and consequently Talos. So all of you will benefit from a long rest, as
Yay!
everyone slept through the entire night.
Got it. What's the bad news?
As the morning comes, the light breaks over the horizon. Talos, you kind of get nudged by a foot.
Hell,
Yeah.
still does not wake up from getting nudged with the foot. Talos did not learn his lesson.
Sir Talos. Shake.
Yes. Hello. Is my watch it?
As the light from the inside, like from coming from outside the tent, is just blinding right now. It's morning, Sir Talos.
What the blazes? I get up and I'm like, nice. I'm gonna look around real quick and see what's going on.
As you look around, you see leaning against a tent. You see Dallen with his pipe in his hand, just completely out of it. He's just.
Please, I'm gonna slowly like, please tell me that nothing happened.
Well, I'm not quite sure what happened exactly, but a few of your horses are kind of like they've roamed around a little bit far out of camp. As you kind of take a look around, you see your horse in particular, Talos, like maybe 50 yards out, and someone else's horse in the opposite direction is like 25 yards out. They're just kind of.
Right. I'm gonna whistle for the. I'm gonna make a whistle to get the horses to come.
They seem to have roamed around to nearby plants to graze. And as you whistle, your horse comes to you. But the other horses don't. Also, it appears that some creatures or something snuck into a few of the supply wagons. They seem to have lost about 6 days worth of food.
I'm gonna go over to Dallen and tap him on the do it and flick his nose.
Doink! You feel a sharp pain on your
Is your
snout.
mouth open? Is your mouth open?
My helmet's on.
You hear a little thump as the barrel of my gun just smacks into your head.
Wakey, sleepyhead.
What? Oh, shit, my gun. Okay, I'm sorry. As he puts the gun back.
Tell me, what was your job last night?
To fall asleep as he looks at Talos.
I cock my head.
You said that, and
Who
I can
was on
see
first
you
watch?
getting puppy dog eyes the entire time.
Who was on first watch?
Care for a smoke as it's completely out.
Pack your things and get your horse. And I walk over and start waking up the others.
You all do benefit from a long rest, though, and you no longer have a point of exhaustion.
Alright. Nice. Alright, Dallen's gonna yell to Bagel, I got sugar cubes!
Roll me an animal handling check.
Got it.
Does he nuzzle you, or do you get trampled?
Sugar cube.
Both.
Animal handling.
With a 12. Let me see. As you kind of yell out, as you yell out to him, your horse kind of, its head turns in towards your direction, and then turns back and continues eating a flower off the top of a cactus.
Quick, motherfucker! As Dallen just walks over to him, kind of just grabs onto his harness, like, "What the fuck are you doing? You love sugar cubes." What is he eating? Dallen's gonna look at what he's eating.
You see a nub from what looked like it might have been a colorful flower on the top of a cactus.
I guess Dallen will try and pick a bunch of those flowers out of this off of this cactus.
You're able to roll me a survival check. A 9. You get a lot of colorful petals. They appear to be on the white and yellowish side. You're unfortunately not able to collect any intact flowers.
Dallen kind of just holds the petal in front of
most of them seem to
Bagel's
have
face,
been
kind of
eaten.
guides him back over.
And so, yeah.
While Dallen's bringing Bagel back.
Yeah, as Dain and Milo, you kind of get nudged awake by Talos. You both feel great, by the way. Like, you felt like you got more sleep than you normally do.
Feels like that was a long time for the watch.
And someone didn't wake anybody up for their watch.
Dallen's hiding behind Bagel. Kind of just trying to make sure no one can see him.
I'm just gonna look to the sky and sigh. What happened this time?
He slept through it.
I figured that.
Well, horses kind of got walked off a bit, and then some critters got about 6 days worth of food.
And there's what happened. Well, hopefully we can find a place to restock the supplies. Gonna kind of get up and stretch and just start having a wander around and go find my horse.
Yeah, you see your horse about 100 yards to the north. It appears to be gnawing on some dried grass.
I'm gonna walk over, stroke the mane a bit, and then try and lead the horse back over to the camp.
It seems it seems willing to follow you. And then anything from Milo?
I'm gonna have to try to get my horse back.
That's easy enough. You see about 40 yards away. Your horse is like the little stubby thing that it is currently eyeing some cactus.
For a sec, get your ass over here.
Animal handling.
I just do intimidation instead.
If you want. As you yell out to it as you see its mouth beginning to open as it's getting closer to the spiky carapace of this cactus, and it just kind of shudders a little bit and looks back at you, and and it kind of shakes its mane a little bit, and then slowly turns around and starts making its way back towards you.
What are you doing, boy? Come on. You were raised better than that.
So it takes a little bit of time, but you're all able to recollect your horses and get things cleaned back up a bit. You lose basically about an hour time just getting things re-straighten up after like the mess that was made from all the you see food just like scattered everywhere, and it looked like some critters had snuck in and the middle of the night just had a party.
Feels like an asshole.
Alright, and so you all I assume you start to you eat your rations for the day and get your water filled up, and I assume you start taking off again.
Sounds good.
Dallen's gonna be in the back of the caravan this time, kind of just pouting.
I'll be back there with you.
And I'm in the front with the compass.
Alrighty. So, and I assume Talos is take about the middle.
I'd assume so.
Alright.
Talos.exe has stopped working.
As you all like get into your positions, the caravan takes off as you all go across the very flat ground as the mountain range to the southwest is getting ever closer. As you all continue to travel throughout the day, half the day goes by as you start to notice a lot more tall grass and a lot more life is starting to appear as the sands seem to have been left behind you. As you kind of gaze behind you and you see the endless sea of sand, and you look in front of you as you start to see the tall mountain ranges rising high into the heavens, and for the first time in a long time you're starting to see trees as you realize you have finally reached the foothills of the mountains.
Talos.exe has stopped working.
I think that was Chip.
It was Chip.
Oh, yeah, that was Chip.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, that's something that I'm doing.
It's very dwarvish.
Oh, dwarves and mountains do get along.
Oh, I know. Also, not been listening to the Misty Mountains Cold in the background for a while.
Oh, Lord. As you leave the desert behind you, you all find yourself face to face with the mountains in front of you. As the mountains stretch beyond in front of you, the forest in front of, around you, you see a small gap in the mountains in front of you as you start making your way in that direction. As you're starting to get surrounded by the woods and trees of the land.
All right, one sec, guys. I have to clean something up. My dog got into something.
Alright, so we take a quick break from here then?
Yeah.
It'll only be like 5 minutes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and just take a quick restroom break so that way you're able to do that. We'll be right back, everyone.
Sounds good.
Bloop.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, I can't wait for Halloween to hit. Oh, that's one of my favorite times of the year.
It is the best time of year.
Yes. God has returned.
Hello there. I
No,
have
that,
returned.
Jesus said that, not God.
Hey, Marinate.
Think you're mixing up Jesus up with Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh lord. What did I miss?
Not much.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
everyone
You didn't really talk about a whole lot.
is everyone back?
I am.
Yeah. Well, I don't actually know.
I think we're all here.
Pretty
Don't
sure
know
we are.
about Talos.
Shaxy's back.
Yep, I'm back.
Oh, good. So yes, then it sounds like everyone has returned. Very
Nice.
good, very good.
Woo!
Alright. So then we can just get back into it, unless anyone has any objections.
Objection.
Bum.
Anyways, sorry.
Well then, we shall just get back into it then. So, let me get everything tuned back. Whoop. And, resume. As you all leave the desert behind you and you start to enter the foothills of the mountain range, you see trees enveloping around you, cliff faces as the mountains reach up high to the sky above you. I need a different background because we're not in a desert anymore, so you all should be looking at something that is in a desert.
Just take one of the green marker, just start colouring the sand dunes in green.
Let's see what this does. Bloop. There you go. How's that?
Yeah.
Ooh, doggy.
Mountains.
The mountains before
Cool.
you see the snow up on the top. The trees are around you as you seem to definitely be in the wilds. You can still somewhat see the desert behind you, but the temperature has regulated. There's a lot more shade over here as the mountains lay before you. As you all continue to, as the caravan slowly makes its way through the rockier terrain towards what appears to be a natural formation of a valley that kind of goes through the mountains, I would like one of you new, a different person this time, to roll me a D100.
I shall do that. What shot?
Ooh, an 80.
80.
Scroll down for that. Interesting. All right. As you all continue to travel, let's see if I remember correctly. Dain was at the front. Dallen and Milo was in the back. So I'll have Talos and Dain go ahead and roll me a perception check as you're all continuing to travel through the rocky terrain.
Alright, perception.
11, and from Dain.
Un momento, por favor. Perception 14.
Feeling a lot more at home with the rocky the fortresses around you. You smell the air, and it is good to be back in familiar territory, Dain. As the caravan makes its way across the rocky terrain, you see a small fork in the terrain ahead of you, as it almost looks like two natural pathways, one going kind of more east or westish, and one kind of going a little bit southwestish. At this fork, you see what appears to be a small carriage. Upon it, there's there's huge curly letters on the side. That as you get closer, you see Svendor the Magnificent.
What? Svendor the Magnificent.
As you get a little bit closer, you see that below that, in smaller letters, you're able to read "Accomplished member of the Traveling Wizard Guild."
Huh.
And so, as a caravan, this is this fork that's coming up is the only path to take. Depending on if you want to head more southwest or if you want to head more west, is up to you. But essentially, you will be getting close to this little carriage, as it is just kind of there. You see a couple horses that would be manning it, currently grazing in the nearby field. What do you do?
Anyone know about this traveling magician's band?
No, what?
And I point over at the thing.
Oh, as it gets pointed out to you, all you see this carriage and Svendor the Magnificent, and something about Traveling Wizards Guild.
I don't know anything about it, but I want to know about it.
Hey, it's
Dallen sees Wizard Guild. Magic! And he starts galloping over there.
Well, I guess we're checking it out then.
As you kind of gallop towards it, you see that the carriage itself seems to almost look like a gypsy cart. As you see, the sign, the very curly letters on the side seem to just be very showy. Definitely seem to invite people closer and inwards towards it. As you kind of start to go around this gypsy cart, you get around to the backside of it to see that. This hinged door just kind of opens up into a counter, which right behind it you see a lanky half-elf. He's got absolutely magnificent blonde hair, glowing blue eyes, practically glowing blue eyes, and a $1 million smile as he looks at you and goes, "Oh, hello there!"
Hello! Says you're part of the
Greetings! I am Svendor the Magnificent. I am a traveling wizard. I'm here to offer my services and goods to those who need them. So long, of course, as you all aren't bandits. As he kind of his smile fades a little bit as he starts to eye each of you.
Well, last time I checked, we weren't.
I'm pretty sure a caravan like this size would not be bringing someone of high value and be bandits, but
Ah,
could be
quite
wrong.
right you are. Right you are. Wow, a whole host. Tell me, by which direction are you heading? It is quite an odd place for a caravan such as yourself to be traveling. Perhaps you're heading south or west towards the kingdom of Ravensquest.
I'm kind of like very like looking at this dude like,
He's very flamboyant.
yeah.
I'm just gonna look and be like, no, we're heading in that direction, and point to a random direction.
I don't quite understand where you're pointing, but nevertheless, you all look like you're well-seasoned adventurers, and if you're traveling through these mountains, which can be quite treacherous, no doubt you would have need of some magical services. Am I wrong?
You'd be quite right, good sir.
Oh, then do I have a deal for you? You see, as part of my services to be able to render, I offer magic scrolls. Oh, as he kind of like flourish his hands a little bit, waiting for like a gasp of awe or anything else.
Milo's reaction is just gonna drop instantly.
Yeah, Dallen's gonna lose interest as well.
Scrolls.
Dear me, do none of you know about magic scrolls or their true value?
No, we do.
Yeah, we just don't like
I
using
just
them.
haven't had any real good use with them.
Oh, poppycock! Oh, this is pure blasphemy. I don't even know how you all have gone so far without the use of magic scrolls. After all, what would happen, say, if you came across a locked door and you were unable to open it? Why? And he whips out a scroll. Woof, with this Nook scroll here, boom, just like that, any door is open as you wish. Just like that, and he snaps his finger.
Dallen just takes out his gun. Well, I could just shoot it open.
I sighed.
Actually,
put my
I'm
hand
gonna
over my.
stop.
like-
I'm gonna stop Dallen before he even puts his gun on the table. Be like, that's why they have me. Am I a joke to you?
I unfortunately am not sure what you refer to, sir. Are you perhaps a locksmith?
You could say that.
Oh,
I'm just like sitting there with my hand over my face, like, oh god. Well, this has been fascinating. But I'm sure what we must be getting along on our way before it gets before nightfall.
oh, perhaps. Surely, you've come across goods, or perhaps something that you have been unable to identify. Oh, woof. He pulls out another scroll. Behold, I carry scrolls of identify. Using this, whatever you find, you will be able to identify it to the smallest detail. Huh? As he kind of flourishes his hand over it.
I'm just gonna look at the rest of the party and be like, alright, can we get out of here? This was a mistake.
Please, good sirs, I offer the finest of first and second level magic spells. Any number that you can think of, anything that you might believe. I can offer a scroll. You can cast magic, the likes of which you have never before seen. All for a very, very fair cost.
If I sell a scroll to you, would you take a...
I mean, it depends. I'm in more of the business of selling scrolls myself, but if you do have a particularly rare scroll, I might be interested.
scroll of blight? Dallen just takes out his 6th level scroll of blight and just sets it on next to him. How about this? How much would you take that for?
Ooh, as he kind of takes it and begins to kind of he's not incantating it, but he's examining it, making sure it's authentic. I'll have him roll for that. Ooh, nat 20. He knows exactly what this is. Ooh, most fascinating. A level 6 scroll of blight. A devastating spell to be used against most plant life. Most fascinating. This is quite a powerful scroll, and you find no use for it yourself?
I haven't found a good moment to use it.
I must say, that is quite interesting. Well, nevertheless, for something like this... Let me think.
Don's gonna look at the scroll and like, you know what? Never mind. He snatches the scroll back up, puts it back in his backpack, and just walks off.
Well, if you're sure, I was going to offer you 2,500 gold pieces for it.
Nah.
This place just
how about,
deflates a little bit. Oh.
Do you have a scroll of, say, I'm just like off the top of my head, fireball? It's like not being very serious, but like just kind of saying it.
Guy immediately just appears behind you, just looking over your shoulder like, do you have one of those?
Oh god.
A fireball. How droll. Of course I have a scroll of fireball. What do you think I am? Some sort of, some sort of half-beaten wizard?
Yes.
Sir, you are.
I kind of look
offending
over at, I look over at freaking Milo and just like kind of shake my head a little bit, but it's like,
Well, in that case, no. I do not have a scroll of fireball for you.
Good, because I wasn't fucking asking.
Never mind then. And then Dallen just walks away again.
Here I am offering the finest and most vast extensive collection of magic scrolls. To be treated in such a way. Oh.
You know what? I'm actually surprised you don't get that more often, considering how you act.
I beg
front
your
of guests.
pardon?
all right. How about you go back to the caravan?
You all approached my mode of business here. I am here offering travelers the option to get any sort of magic spell that they so choose. You were the one that approached me. I
mean,
did
he
not
is kind
approach
of
you.
right.
Yeah, when we were told
We
magic
just
items,
approach him as acting like assholes.
These are magic items, magic scrolls. That is not everyone that can just cast a lesser restoration, you know. Who do you know that can cast lesser restoration, huh? Can you cast it? As he looks over at you,
Gareth.
Talos.
Well,
I didn't think
I
so.
gotta hold
And
up my
what-
shit, Sinj.
And what about
my
you?
sigil.
As he looks over at you, Dain. Can you cast heat metal?
No, I can't quite cast heat metal, but I can do this, and I'm gonna cast Searing Smite on my axe. Just watch the edge catches on flame. It's like, hey, it's not the same way, but it gets the job done.
That is, well, I don't quite recall this knowing. As he kind of looks at like the glow of your of your axe, and one I was like, "You sir, that is the most interesting weapon you carry. Has anyone ever told you that?"
Aye, several people have.
most of them haven't, because they're usually dead by the time they see it.
How about
Yeah,
you?
we tend to get into
As he looks
crossfire
over
with
at
it,
you, Milo. Perhaps you, sir. I have just a scroll that would for you. And he pulls out another scroll. This here is the scroll of jump.
Oh,
I can jump just fine. I'm just gonna jump like 2 feet in the air.
Fine.
Oh, that is pitiful, good sir. And with this here scroll, do you know how high you
I'll
could
help you.
jump?
Dallen starts walking over, about to pick you up.
Hey. No.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Sorry.
With this here, this scroll will triple your jumping distance.
Really? Triple?
Exactly.
Yeah, still no
Oh
thanks.
boy, wow.
He kind of has a bit of a frustrated look on his face a bit. Perhaps you two might appreciate this one here as he looks over at you, Dain and Talos. You two look like you carry yourself quite well, but heavy armor means you have heavy falls. Say you were to accidentally fall off a cliff. It pulls out another scroll. This here featherfall will save you from certain doom.
I look over at Dain, like, he does have a point.
Aye, he does. However, neither of us are wearing heavy.
Dallen kind of chimes up. Yeah,
I'm not-
Dallen chimes up. How much would that be, though?
Why, for the featherfall? This kind of spell, it is rather easy to cast, easy to make. For you, I would offer a single one of these for 45 gold pieces.
I kind of look over, like,
What, do you think it's cheap to make scrolls? This here's a magic item. You could use it anytime, anywhere.
I got this one for free.
Do
Dallen
any
takes
of
out
you
his 6
even
levels,
realize
a
the
scroll of
benefits
light.
of using a magic scroll? Tell me, how many of you are magic attuned? How many of you can actually cast spells?
Me, I can.
All right. And
I
how
just-
many
I just-
spells can you cast a day, huh?
Well, and he starts counting all the bullets he has.
Exactly. You have to count. You have to think about how many spells you can cast in a single day, right? But with magic scrolls, these scrolls have already had magic imbued within them. Whatever magic you can cast today, you can have cast that many plus any number of scrolls. So long as you have a scroll for it, you can cast the spell. You don't have to use your personal energy or weave in order to cast the spell. You don't have to tap
and
yourself out.
how often can these spells be used in the scroll? Is it like a one and done kind of thing, or?
Well, yes, unfortunately, that is the case. Much like how spell slots are used up, you have to use up a single scroll for each casting of the spell. But it is tactical, because if you use a scroll, that means that you can reserve your personal strength for if you need it most.
At the expense of our pockets.
But of course, that is the cost of convenience.
Just put a bullet in someone, see him explode.
What? What?
Dallen pulls out his MPF bullet. He's like, "You don't remember this?"
Just get the caravan ready. Go. Dallen, just go.
As you all are just kind of looking
You know
at
what?
him.
Just because you're acting like that? No.
As you all are kind of discussing this, like he pulls out another parchment of paper, and anyone who is paying attention, he seems to be dusting it with some colorless powder.
Can I roll an insight check on that?
Certainly.
I'm also gonna roll because I was about to ask him a question as well.
Milo, you're not quite sure what he's doing. He's doing something to a paper. Dain, as you're looking at him, it appears, as you're seeing him like dust some of this colorless powder on it, you're seeing words form on it. As after a second of him doing it, he seems to roll it up, tie a ribbon around it, and then place it next to a bunch of other scrolls. Oh, yes, sir. I see that you have you have the look in your eyes if you have a question.
Hey, two things. First off, this fork, which direction would it be towards the capital from here?
Towards the capital? Well, I suppose it would be this more westerny path. The southwestern direction, and he points off to the southwest. That direction would be the direction you would want to take to head towards the Kingdom of Raven's crest. The other one, it's not quite a direct route, mind you. You would have to, of course, travel farther to the west, and then perhaps ring around towards the northeast. Or perhaps you would have to go even farther west, about a week's journey, to go past another mountain range before heading north to Lancaster. Honestly, I'm not sure why you don't head back in the direction you came and take that direction. That would be a far more direct path towards Lancaster.
Yes, but then you'd have to go through a damned desert.
Oh, is that what that is over there?
Aye. And the kingdom that kind of occupies it is kind of having some internal strife right now.
Oh,
It's a bit of a hostile work environment over there.
I see. Well, that would explain why I haven't had many travelers here. This valley used to be such a good pathway between kingdoms. People used to go to the Feywood all the time in this direction. And of course, my scrolls were always such help in helping them get through those woods. A pity.
Well, currently, from what we've learned, is that that Feywood has been turned into a desert thanks to a dragon war.
Oh my.
Or at least something like that.
Or something definitely involving dragons. But for now, you're not going to get you're not going to get much customers this way anymore.
I see. I might have to find a new place to set up my shop for the time being. In any case, as you all are here, could I interest you in any scrolls? I do have many options. Some that I've accrued myself over time, and many that I have, of course, made myself. If there's anything that you think of that you may think perhaps you don't want to, you're trying to pass by some wild animals and you don't want them to see you as well. Well, he pulls out another scroll. I have this scroll here, one of my most useful for stealthy missions. This here is a scroll that's called Pass Without Trace. Ho ho!
You know what? A demonstration.
Unfortunately...
Oh, of course, I'll pay you for the scroll that you used.
He kind of squints his eyes at you a bit. And what do you mean by that?
Well, as a buyer of ourselves, it's important that we know that these things will work when we do call upon them. So,
I
may I have a demonstration?
Very well. Is there a particular one you would like to have demonstrated?
You know what? Do you have Cure Wounds by chance?
Oh gosh.
Do I have a cure wounds? And then he pulls out a scroll. But of course. But I dare say none of you are looking quite injured.
I stab myself.
I'm just looking at.
Oh my god.
I'm looking over at like, what the hell kind of a look.
Roll damage.
Dallen's like, what are you doing? Stop that!
4.
Oh my. And I use this as a normal dagger?
I'm using my silver dagger, yes.
Okay. Good heavens.
I'm not using that dagger on myself. Alright, let's see if it works.
By the ancestors, Milo.
That, well, very well.
Come on!
And he starts to read from the scroll, and you see it starts to have an arcanic glow to it. As he takes his other hand and indicates for you to get closer, as you know that Cure Wounds is a touch spell. He has to touch you to make it work.
I get closer.
As he touches your shoulder, glow comes from the scroll as it kind of turns into an ethereal, it burns in an ethereal fire. As the energy seeps through his body, and you watch the glow go from his hand into your body as... let's see, Cure Wounds, was that a 1d8, I think?
I cannot remember.
Let me look it up.
Let's
Cure
have it.
Wounds, 1d8. Yep.
And I just did that roll, but it would be a +3, so you heal 5 hit points.
Okay.
As the energy goes through you, everyone watches as your stab wound immediately stitches back up, and you are just as you were before.
Okay, they're legit.
But of course, you think I would try to peddle you simple trash?
Yes.
That'll be 45 gold.
Okay.
You pay him?
Yeah.
Alright, make sure to subtract 45 gold from your total. Ah, thank you, sir. Now that I have convinced you that my goods are legit, perhaps I can interest you in some other spells. I do have quite a few to... Perhaps there has been a language that someone has spoken. And then you listen as he starts to speak Elvish. Did any of you understand that?
Can I roll a
Ultimately,
Can I roll a deception check to make him think that I did?
Sure. It's going to be with disadvantage, though.
I see you're pulling a Greyhound.
9!
Yeah, I didn't think so. I have this scroll here. He rolls this. This here is the scroll of comprehend languages. With this, if you cast it, let me look how long that actually lasts. Where was it? There it is. For 1 hour after you use this scroll here, you can understand the literal meaning of any spoken language that you hear. Also, if there is any written language that you see, so long as you touch it while the spell is affecting you, you will be able to read whatever written words are before you. Quite useful, I'd have to say.
Dallen was going to leave and get the caravan ready. He's lost complete interest in this.
Perhaps finding food has been something of a challenge.
No, not really.
Well, I would say that if it were...
God, we're so mean to this guy.
He pulls out a scroll. I have this here scroll of Goodberry. With this, once you read this here scroll, the scroll itself will turn into 10 berries. And upon eating a berry, it will not only slightly heal you, but it will provide enough nourishment to sustain you for an entire day.
How much these scrolls?
For the Goodberry scroll, why, these here, I would also charge a paltry 45 gold pieces per. Well, yes, I understand that most rations you can get for a day about a gold piece or so. Mind you, that is for a single person, whereas for this, you could feed up to 10 people. 10 people for a single day with this here scroll. And if you're in a pinch, when there's no other towns nearby and you can't find any animals to kill, well... and he kind of holds it up.
Well... Alright, that one in the Featherfall one scroll.
An excellent choice, good Sam. That will be, and he kind of takes out an abacus and scrolls a little bit. 90 gold pieces, sir.
I hand him over 90 gold pieces.
Oh, thank you, good sir. Now, just so you know about the Featherfall, one of the nice things about that is it is an incredibly quick spell. Essentially, so long as you have it in your hand, you can quickly whip it out within a second, and it takes you no time at all to read it before it will activate. And Featherfall will last for 1 minute. Also,
That's good.
You could choose up to 5 creatures that may be falling. But of course, they have to be within range. If they're further away than 60 feet, it will unfortunately not work.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
And I take this. I take put the berry scroll in my pouch, and the Featherfall scroll I kind of like tuck into my bracers.
Yep, you have 1 scroll of Featherfall and 1 scroll of Goodberry. Perhaps any other spells that I can perhaps interest you in? I do have quite a few.
I'm quite good. Well, thank you for your time, sir. I'm gonna start heading back over to the caravan.
My pleasure. Thank you so kindly for your business, sir. What about you, small one? You did say that you're a bit of a locksmith, you say? I must admit, you seem to be a little bit more of the sneaky side yourself, huh? Would you consider yourself a bit of a stealthy individual?
Gotta use smaller words with me, bud. Sorry.
What if I could guarantee that you could be unseen? Eh? Eh?
Dane, is there anything that you'd like from this guy? There's need to have some couple words in private.
Not really much from me. Not unless he knows the location of lost artifacts. And I'm gonna kind of like slowly turn around and wander away.
Well, actually... Oh, good sir, did you say you needed to locate an object? As he unscrolls a second level
Jesus
scroll.
Christ!
Unless this can detect an item across the entire continent.
Well, this here scroll, you can concentrate, if you concentrate for up to 10 minutes, you can describe or name a specific object that is familiar to you. And you can sense the direction of the object's location, so long as it's within 1,000 feet of you, of course.
I unfortunately need a bit of a bigger radius on that one. I appreciate it, but unfortunately, not for me today.
Very well. Unfortunately, that would be the best thing that I can offer in terms of locating a very specific item. Let me double check, make sure there wasn't anything else. Yeah, that is something that he has, is locate object, but it is limited range, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But he said it was like level 1 to 2.
Yeah, he offers up usually at most level 2 scrolls. But there is quite a few of level 1 and level 2s.
As Dane's turning around, he's just like, fine, I'll take the scroll of locate.
Oh, unfortunately, now this is a bit of a harder spell to create, and so therefore the cost does go up a little bit. For this one in particular, this one will cost you about, well, normally this kind of spell would be about 150 gold, but for you, I shall charge you nearly 145.
Gosh. Well.
Come on, is a steal. If you lose your keys, just lose the scroll and boom, you find it. Huh? Huh?
Oh, what about 100 gold instead? It's still more expensive than the rest of the scrolls, but
Persuasion check.
yeah. Oh, actually, no, yeah. I gotta.
You, sir, have been kinder than some of your friends. It is not something I normally do, but due to lack of business and everything else, I will grant you 100 gold for this.
I appreciate it, and I'll hand over the 100 gold.
Thank you most kindly, sir. Happy to be of service. I hope it serves you well. No refunds.
I don't like the sound of that. Just readjusting my thing at the. And I'm gonna turn around and wander off towards the caravan.
And so that just leaves you behind, Milo?
That is correct.
For you, I have a very, very special spell. Now, unfortunately, it would be a little bit to the more expensive side, but for the right individual, it can, well, it can be very useful. As he kind of starts to unscroll one. This here is a scroll of invisibility.
All right.
You don't seem terribly impressed. Perhaps I didn't infer right. This is a scroll of invisibility. Oh?
Oh!
Oh, there it is. Yes. For up to an hour, so long as you don't, if you don't be aggressive or cast another spell, which I don't imagine. You don't seem to be one that can cast magic. I don't know. I won't judge, but so long as you don't attack anything while you can stay invisible for up to an hour. Anything that you're wearing or carrying becomes invisible with you, which means that nothing would be able to see you. Huh? What do you think?
I'm gonna look at the rest of the group, see how far away they are.
At this point, like the caravan, like you all kind of rushed up to it. The rest of the caravan was preparing to make its way towards the western path. They're probably about 100 feet or so away.
Okay, I'm gonna start whispering to this guy. Hey, listen, I'm sorry. I just joined this group, trying to, be a team player and all that. So I do apologize. Can I get that scroll of knock and that invisibility one?
Oh, well, certainly. I completely understand, sir. Yes. The scroll of knock. Let me see which one was level 1 or was that level 2? Where was it? There it is. Okay, so level 2 as well. For both of those. Alright, just so you're aware, the Scroll of Knock, for that one I will simply charge 95 gold. The invisibility, though, there's a lot of complications, of course, that come with such a spell. It is a difficult one, and with how long it can last, the cost of that one does go up, but for this one I will only charge you 245 for that one.
How about I make you a deal?
Oh?
Because clearly right now, you're not getting a lot of business.
He kind of frowns a little bit.
Yes or yes?
Go on.
Well, I may have recently opened a storefront where I could rent out space for you to sell your scrolls, perhaps.
You don't say, and a business opportunity you propose. Pray tell,
Let's say
where would this happen to be located?
it's on an island called Deva. Lots of travelers there, and with the opening of a new inn/storefront, even more business.
Upon you mentioning Antiva, he has a bit of a quizzical look and thinks about, Antiva is quite a distance away, sir. That island is well over a month off from here.
Yes, but if you have no real attachments here, could be a very good place for business.
Roll persuasion. Well, I'm afraid, sir, I don't even quite know your name. If I am to be business partners with someone, it would help if I knew who I was working with.
Ah. My name is Milo.
Ah, Milo. And this tavern, you say? Pray tell, what is it called?
Called Comet's Landing.
That's interesting. And I assume you kind of describe a little bit of like the location where it is and like some of this like opportunity that is there. Just kind of make it all concise.
Yeah.
I will have to look into it more. I definitely have to do some moving about, as this area of business seems to not be terribly great. But I do admit I am quite intrigued by your opportunity. A nice busy city like that. Surely there would be... I've heard there's definitely an unsavory crowd there. But... he kind of shakes his head a little bit. It would mean that business could be good. Port Town. I would definitely consider it, sir.
we have guards there. At night, all of your merchandise will be safe. I know the owner of the inn personally. Very generous person. I'll tell you what. You give me a good discount on there, I'll be sure that you're good. 200 gold for an immense wealth that you could be earning. Who wouldn't take that deal?
He strokes his chin a little bit, looks at you for a second, and then a smile creases up to his face. Oh, you, sir, are an excellent businessman. If this does indeed work out, I do hope you're not pulling my leg, but I feel that you may not be. I suspect that we could have a glorious partnership with one another. He holds out his hand.
I return my hand. Or retract my hand, I put my hand out to shake his. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, as you shake his hand, he goes, 200 gold it is for the pair. I trust that they will serve you well. Like I said, in case you're not familiar, this invisibility spell will only work for up to an hour so long as you are concentrating on it. And so long as you don't attack or become aggressive or cast another spell, it will last for that amount of time. Quite valuable, if I do say so myself. Now, for the knock spell, in case you're unfamiliar with that one, I hope you don't mind. As a good businessman, I believe that explaining my wares to the individual is essential for them to really appreciate what they are purchasing.
Very well. Do continue.
For knock, you can choose any object that you see within range, which the range would be about 60 feet. It could be a door, a box, a chest, a set of manacles, a padlock, anything that can be locked. Now, so long as it isn't magical, of course. There are some magical locks that this may not work upon, depending on if the enchantment is stronger than this. But, so long as it will work, once you read this here spell, what it will do is whatever it is, be it mundane lock, a barred door, it will become unlocked, unbarred. But just so you mind, if it is, like I said, there is another weaker spell called Arcane Lock. Are you familiar with that one?
No, I am not.
I'll give this one to you for free, but for an Arcane Lock, essentially it's another second-level spell. It's the same level as this Knock spell, but Arcane Lock essentially is a magical lock that you can place on anything. For that specifically, it will unfortunately mix not too well with the Knock spell. The spell itself will be suppressed for about 10 minutes, during which time you can open and shut whatever is enchanted normally. Just to make sure I'm explaining this right. Essentially, if something has been arcane locked, the knock spell will not permanently unlock it, as the arcane lock will still hold out. But essentially, you have 10 minutes to open and close the lock that the arcane lock is on before it will reactivate.
Okay.
The only downside with using this here knock spell is that when you cast it, a loud, audible knock can be heard as far away as about 300 feet or so, meaning that whatever you unlock will definitely be heard. But the benefit is that if you know how to get around it, you will be able to unlock most things that normally could not be unlocked.
Very well. And I hand him 200 gold.
Thank you, good sir. Sir Milo, I shall say. I will look into this business opportunity at the Comet's Landing over in Antiva. I'm most intrigued.
When you get there, tell Lure that Milo sent you.
That I shall. Well, a good day to you all. I pray you have a safe journey.
Indeed. Actually, before I leave, I'm going to write a quick note and tell him to also hand this note to Lure, pretty much just saying that it actually is me.
Thank you kindly, sir. And he puts it into his cart. Fare thee well. I pray that I should hopefully see you soon at that inn.
Not soon enough.
And he closes up his hatch. Alright, so you have a scroll of visibility and a scroll of knock.
And Arcane Lock?
Not arcane lock. He just told you about arcane lock.
Oh, I thought he was giving that to me for free.
The knowledge of it for free.
Ah.
Normally he
Shame.
would only tell the normally he would only explain the spell so long as like you were purchasing it, but since it was something that would be affected by the spell, he went ahead and gave you that information for free.
Gotcha.
I'll need to make note that Svendor the Magnificent may possibly be going to Antiva. Eventually.
We're just acquiring NPCs.
Hey, I'm trying to build my empire, okay? Let me be.
Alright, and so I assume you head back to the rest of the
Man's gotta
caravan.
catch 'em all.
Yes, I do.
So the rest of you have congregated next to the caravan as you've taken a look at your map, taken a look at the compass, and determined the best route to take.
Right, we go west.
So as you continue onward, seeing the horses still grazing as you watch the Svendor, the Magnificent cart, disappear around the corner. You'll continue through the mountain pass.
That was a bit of an odd encounter.
I feel like there might be good things coming from it, though.
He seemed like a decent gentleman. I hope wherever he ends up, he gets a lot more business.
Don't worry. You might see him soon enough again.
I was gonna look at Milo and just raise an eyebrow.
Anyways, west we head?
Hey, you said westwards leads over to the at least towards the capital. I'm gonna kind of start to head down the western pass.
As you spend the next half of the rest of your day continuing to travel, the sun begins to set rather quickly as the mountains, as it gets lower, the mountain passes begin to block the sun itself, and so it seems later than it is, as you all find yourself starting to move about in the dark.
I guess I'll do a perception check to find a spot to camp up.
Go for it.
Whatcha?
22.
22.
Very easy. As you take a look around, you there's lots of different nooks and crannies all about. Some of them not terribly ideal, but you do see, as you're looking about, what appears to be not quite a cave, but an indention in the side of the mountain. It looks pretty natural, very secure, but as you take a look, you realize that you see what appears to almost be the remains of some campfires. Old charred logs and whatnot, kind of scattered about in there. And as you kind of ride forward and you have a look inside, you see that it is an excellent kind of rest area for caravans. It seems to be well used, but currently there's no one currently occupying it at this time.
Alright, I'm gonna yell at everyone, hey! Yeah, I got spotted over here!
And so as you shout that out, the rest of the caravan makes their way over, and upon seeing, you hear a lot of affirmations of yeah, that's good, yeah. As they all kind of set up their tents a little bit and make a few fires to start cooking up some rations, and everyone seems to be in good spirits.
Okay.
So as the sun begins to set and you all are finished off the rest of your ration for the day, you don't have to drink nearly as much water, so you all still have half a canteen full if you so desire to have half a canteen full. I mean, you can drink more water if you wish, but it is not necessary anymore, because it's not hot. What do y'all do for the evening?
Yeah. Dallen's just gonna be staring at his sending stone, just very worried about his brother.
Yeah, because you realize it's been about 2 days since he said that he would send you a message on the morrow.
He's gonna send his brother a message saying like, "Hey, it's been 2 days. Why haven't you sent me a message, man?"
After about a minute, you get a response back. Apologies. A complication has come up. Can't speak much more on it now. Tomorrow, I'm making a decision. I will tell you soon. And then the message ends.
I wouldn't like the sound of that. Alright.
Hey, everything good over there, Dallen?
I think my brother's gonna do something stupid.
Apple doesn't fall apart from the tree.
Dallen just looks at you with a little bit of hurt in his eyes. Well, you can't argue if you because he does do a lot of stupid shit.
Well, apple falling not too far from the tree would be more against your father than it would be you.
The family line.
Yeah, I guess.
I have noticed that both you and your brother are a bit rash at times.
Yeah, I mean, we were raised by a barbarian.
That actually makes a lot of sense. Didn't know you. Is it your father that was the barbarian, or more of a parental figure?
It was my father. He was known for carrying a massive club. He was actually quite famous for it, where I'm from.
Oh, very nice.
Sadly, learned from my brother that he was killed by a human tribe that constantly attacks us.
Hey. I'm sorry for your loss there, Dallen. I know what it's like to lose family members.
Yeah. I didn't leave on a good note with him.
Well,
Kind of a bitter taste in my mouth.
well, I'm sure he'd be proud of the Dragonborn you've become. It's you've gone through a lot since since we all met up.
Like we all have.
Aye.
That indeed. How many times has it been since all of us have almost died? It's been quite a few times.
Well, to be fair, you did die.
He's got the point.
Yeah, don't remind me of that. Apparently, my mother went missing shortly after my father died. was thinking after I finished up venturing with you guys, I would go searching for her if she's still alive. Try and find her.
Aye, that makes sense.
He was one of the smartest in my tribe. Hell, she made this gun. As he pulls out the pistol, that's why it's so dear to me. It was a parting gift from her before I left.
And that explains why you're so protective of that one.
Yeah. She was the only one that was ever happy about how my love for fighting at a distance. My brother and my father always berated me for never fighting up close.
Oh, that seems to be a trait with barbarians, is up close and personal.
Yeah. They always want me to kind of take after them. Dallen kind of wipes off a tear that he's trying to make sure no one sees. He's like, well, anyways. How are you guys doing? How are you guys feeling?
A lot better now that we're out of the desert.
Much better.
It's not quite home, but it feels a lot more, well, calm. There's no more bloody sand everywhere.
And it's not as hot either.
I'd be happy since that's very nice. Yeah, used to the cold of a cave.
Well, judging by the pass, it might get a little bit chilly. Lots of snow up there.
It's definitely have to dress a little more warmly.
Aye, that we will.
Maybe we should hunt for some furs before we go up there.
Well, there should be. Well, there should hopefully be some down here on the mountain pass. Lots of vegetation down here.
Lucky we might be able to actually get some fresh meat. Maybe a bag of deer or something.
Aye.
Yeah,
Should be.
still go for some fish though.
Well, there should also be plenty of freshwater rivers in the mountains as well, coming down from the mountain tops.
There's fish in the rivers, but they just were in the ocean.
Hey, there's fish in the rivers. We used to find them all the time down by the hold.
Dallen looks like his mind's blown. It's like, how do they survive there? It's so small.
I mean, some of these. Well, I don't know why I went German there for a second. I'm used to saying no in German and I don't know why. No, lad, there. Some of the fish from the mountains. Yeah, big old bastards they are. Hey, some of them are bigger than your forearms.
Just a quick question: how did you guys fish for do fishing where you're from? Where I'm from, we'd either use a bow to shoot them. I would use my gun, while I had it, or we would go in there and just grapple the motherfuckers and bring them out.
Well, at least in the hold, we used to either have a fishing rod for the lakes or the much larger rivers, or good old spear. Spear fishing.
I remember when this close to spring, that the salmon would come in over there, back in my homeland. I'd come from the ocean and go straight up the rivers, swimming up river to the spawning grounds.
How about you, Milo? You ever gone fishing?
Not usually. I've been in cities most of my life, so it's kind of hard to fish there. But
I don't think the fish in any of the moats would taste very good.
Alright, well. Guess I'll check on my brother in the morning. See how he's doing. I'm gonna get some sleep.
It sounds like a good plan. We should probably all get some rest.
Agreed. I'll go ahead and take first watch.
I'll take second.
suppose I'll do third.
I'll get third.
Oh.
Oh, okay, I'll take last.
Alrighty. So, as you all pack up the rest of your stuff for the evening and get going to bed, I'll have some perception rolls for our first check.
All right. Right, one sec. Gotta pull this up again. There we go. Perception.
Very nice. As your companions head off to sleep, you take your used patrols around this cliffside. You can hear the wind a little bit better in the valleys as it kind of whistles through some of the trees nearby rustle. The rocky landscape makes you a little bit more heightens your senses a little bit as you're able to hear most, like if a small rock starts to move from something being stirred, echoes around the mountain seem to almost be amplified, and so you're a little bit more on edge as you're kind of listening and keeping an eye out, but thus far you're not quite seeing anything. Everything seems to be rather calm as your shift goes without incident.
Alright. Go to and wake the next person on watch.
Which would be Dain.
Dean. Alright, Dain. You're up.
Anything to report?
Nothing so far, just movement of night creatures and wind. Nothing to nature to report.
Hey, sounds good. Well, go get some rest. I'll keep an eye out.
Go over to my tent.
You head to your tent, quickly fall asleep. As Dain, I'm going to need a perception check from you. 16. You feel pretty comfortable in the mountains, Dain. As you kind of look about, you're not so much like as paranoid as Talos. As a lot of the noise you hear, you're like, yeah, that's normal mountain noises. As you kind of look about, and everything seems to be rather in order. There's a few rocks that you kind of look at for a second. You're like, that almost looks like humanoid, but you're like, nah, that's too big to be humanoid, and it ain't moving anyway. So you move on your sight and have a look around. No, there's no other major noises or movements that catch your attention. As your watch also goes well and without any incident.
That sounds good. I'm gonna go and wake up Dallen then.
Oh no, Milo has third shift.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Milo.
I was about to say, oh
That's
no,
okay.
no, you said you were going to wake up Dallen, so... but nah.
Okay, I understand.
Alright, you'll wake up Milo then. I was going to wait to see if you guys played that out or not. So, Milo, you get nudged awake by Dain.
Okay. I'll just go on shifts. Then.
As you take your watch, Milo's Dain goes and rests. It is rather dark at night, but with your hand of glory, you're able to see a relatively close distance to yourself. Everything seems to be rather calm and quiet. There's no movement at all. But as you're taking your watch and you're walking about, you swear that there's a rock that looks humanoid in some shape, but it's unusually large. I mean, this thing, like, it looks like it's got to be at least 12 feet tall or something. You swear that it has to be a rock jutting out of the side of the mountain, like much of everything else. It looks strangely humanoid. You're not quite sure what to make of it. It's about like 200 feet away from camp. Everything else, there's no other sounds of movement. There's no other. Like, there's just the wind, and you hear some scurrying of perhaps some squirrel or something off in the distance, but everything else is pretty quiet, with some bugs chirping in the night.
Okay. Can I stealth and then go over to look at that rock?
Certainly. Go ahead and stealth. With a 23, alright. And so, you feeling a little more than curious, you take to the shadows and you start making your way towards the interesting rock that you saw. Let me double check something real quick. Alright. As you proceed to move along towards the rock, I'll have you roll a perception check as you get closer to where you saw it. As you have to pass a couple of the rocks and other things. Alright. As you kind of pass by a couple trees, you get to the spot where the rock was jutting out, and... That's strange, there's nothing here. You see a few other rocks and, of course, some trees and whatnot, but you swear that there had to be something here. Maybe you were just misremembering where the rock was, and you kind of walk around a little bit and look in a couple other spots, trying to see if you could recognize that humanoid-ish looking rock jutting out from the side of the mountain. But for the life of you, it might have been maybe a trick of the lights or something. You're not sure.
I'm gonna head back to camp.
Alright. Easy enough as you make your way back to camp. You see the rest of your companions are sleeping. The camp seems undisturbed. What do you do?
Finish the rest of my watch.
Alright. I will say that as you finish up the rest of your watch, you look back to where you saw that kind of weird, shaping-looking rock, and you realize, maybe your eyes were just playing a trick on you the whole night, because, yeah, even where you're standing before, you noticed it previously, there's no rock over there anymore. It's just empty space over there.
I'm gonna wake up Dallen.
As you finish up your shift, Dallen, you feel a nudging to be woken up.
My turn.
Yeah. Be careful.
Huh? Why?
Be careful. Good night.
Why?
Good night.
Milo?
He's just like, no further questions, bye.
Dallen's just mumbling draconic and giant, just cussing Milo out.
Yeah, not the first time, won't be the last.
Alrighty. As you take to your shift and you kind of walk around, it's not very long that you start your shift when you hear something. You hear a noise off in the distance, and as you kind of like stop and listen for a second, it almost sounds like some movement, but it seems to be moving away from your camp. And then after
Dallen's gonna.
After a few moments, the sound just like it's very infrequent, and then eventually it just it becomes quiet altogether. As there's no more sound, as you hear just some of the bugs out in the area, and there's no other. You didn't see any movement either, but you thought you heard something.
Dallen's gonna call hello.
Your voice echoes across the canyon. Hello, 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 hello.
No response. I don't like that. Dallen takes out his infernal rifle. Yeah, I don't like that. All starts loading it.
Yeah, are you loading a specific round in there, or just loading it up with the?
Oh no, just regular bullets.
All right. Yeah, you load up your infernal rifle, making sure that it's ready to go.
Dallen's gonna fully focus on the outside now.
And so as the sun begins to rise and light comes into the valley, the sun begins to peek through the valley as you all benefit from a long rest.
All right. So as the sun goes up, is the Sending Stone charged again?
Yep, the Sending Stone has indeed been recharged.
All right. Dallen's gonna immediately just like, hey, sorry if I'm waking you up. Just checking in. You're worrying me.
Let me check something. You get no response.
No response.
As you feel the magic in the stone deplete for the time being.
All right. Dallen's just gonna be sitting like at a spot where he looks around, just very quiet, just thinking, while he's waiting for everyone to wake up.
As light enters the valley, and you all get stirred by the light itself, you all feeling quite refreshed and feeling a lot more relaxed than you have in a long time. You all can go ahead and write off another ration, as I assume you start doing your normal routine for the morning.
As I wake up, can I check that rock again?
Certainly. You head over to the spot that you believe you saw.
No, I'm just gonna say I can't and look over in that direction that I saw it.
Give me a history check. As you begin to look out, the memory of exactly where you looked or where you saw that shape, that protruding thing, is kind of lost to you. And as you kind of look out, you look about and you see lots of trees and lots of rocks, but you don't see anything out of the ordinary. Everything looks as it did when you went to bed last night.
Okay.
And Talos and Dain, are you checking your gear?
Yeah.
Investigation
Yeah.
checks.
Where is it?
Alright, with 15, Dain, as you kind of go through your gear again, you see everything is well in place. You do find a little bit more sand in your bag that you missed before.
4. I got a 4.
I will say that did not appear in roll 20.
An investigation check.
Yeah. I didn't see any investigation check from you on roll 20.
And of course, I just got a crash report on roll 20 on my end.
There it is. That's what it would be.
All right, one sec.
I will say, with checking my stuff, I'm also gonna take this. I'm also gonna take the sort of downtime to switch out my armor. So taking off the mithril breastplate and putting back on my plate armor.
Same
Sounds
here.
good. Sounds good. As you both equipped your plate armor, you feel the heft of it on your body, but you do feel a lot more protected.
All right, one sec. Need to do that investigation.
That one's just gonna be standing over.
Now, did that
the spot where
investigation
you
go
can see,
through?
the
That
desert.
did indeed. With the 16, you also take a look through your gear. You also do find a little bit of leftover sand in your bags, but everything is where it's supposed to be.
All right.
Alright, Dallen's just gonna be staring towards the desert, just thinking.
As you look back
Deep in
westward,
thought.
you're not able to see the desert from this point, as you've gone far enough that you're well within the mountain pass. You look off into the direction where you know your brother is.
Alright.
Good Lord, Dain, you're AC. I forgot how. Good Lord.
I am untouchable.
Huh, that's odd. It's actually one higher in the roll 20 than it is in D&D Beyond. Weird.
Well, did you account for like the amount that your shield has?
Yeah, shield is +3.
Which means it's a +5 to your AC.
That's probably where that's gone then, because yeah, I can't customize the shield.
Yeah, because like the shields always have a base of 2, and so when you have a +1, +2, or +3 AC to that increases it to like 2 + 1, 2 + 2. Yeah, so your shield provides 5 AC to your overall armor.
Jesus.
Yeah. Talos, you're definitely no slouch when it comes to defense as well.
21.
Alright, so as you all equipped up your gear and your armor for the day, unless there's anything else, I assume you're going to be taking
Dallen's
off.
gonna go over to everyone. Dallen's gonna go over to everyone. Look, hey, I want to talk to you guys. He's gonna kind of like go at like motion to kind of talk in private.
I'm gonna wander over with Dallen.
Go about you, Milo, and Talos.
Sure.
All right. Talos,
Oh, sorry. I was reading.
are you gonna come over and talk in private too?
Sure. All right.
Dallen's gonna like sit down. Like we gotta find somewhere to sit down and say like, hey, I'm getting really worried about my brother. I'm waiting for him to send me a message.
Maybe he just hasn't had time to send you a message yet. He probably wants to do it in more of a private manner so that he is not.
Maybe. I just want to say if I don't hear from him, and soon, I think I might need to go back there and check on
Give
him.
him another day, and after all, your brother said you said your brother is quite strong, so I'm certain he'll be able to help. And if anything happened, he would have messaged you. So
I just got a bad feeling about this. Anyways, as he slaps his knees, let's not worry about that, huh? Let's get moving.
we have a long journey.
He's more talking to him. Yeah, he's more talking to himself than talking to you guys. It's quite obvious. He's
Let's start heading on. The sooner we can get to the capital, the sooner we can figure stuff out.
Yes, I want to get through these mountains before any snow gets in.
On foot would be just fine, but with the wagons, yeah, snow sets in, they're stuck. These ones aren't designed to go through the snow.
I hear there could be wood carving in the future.
Guess you'll have to see and find out.
Dallen has like a lint in his eyes.
Dallen's just starting to like think up designs for like skis.
He's never like seen snow in his life. He's like, oh, I could. What about this? What is snow? What is this snow?
Okay,
What is this snow you
yeah.
speak of?
What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this?
For some reason, I heard the voice of Rolf from Ed, Edd n Eddy, like,
What is this snow you speak of?
Oh lord. Oh man. Alright. So, you all continue your travels with the caravan? Alright. As you all continue down the kind of natural pathway, what's our marching order?
Yeah, I'll still hang out.
Dallen's gonna be in the front.
I'll
yeah.
be second then.
Okay,
Oh,
Dallen in
okay.
the front with Dain.
I'll take up the rear this time.
Talon's in the rear.
I'll be in the middle then.
Milo in the middle. All right, that'll work. So, as you all take up your places and you travel on through the mountain pass, a couple of peaceful hours pass by as you see a few birds flying around the air. They're chirping. There's a comforting sound to you all after hearing nothing but just wind and sand. This environment lends itself to be a lot more comfortable than you've been in a long time. But as you travel onward, I would like you all to roll me perception checks.
2 and 4. Oh, sorry, that was a persuasion. Sorry.
Probably good,
Sorry,
'cause
with the nat 1, you will not persuade me to have you roll with advantage. Alright.
Alright, 19 on perception.
Very good. As you all continue to travel, you keep your eyes out on the cavern, the walls of the valley around you. You don't you don't see anything out of the ordinary, just wildlife. It's incredibly quiet as you continue to travel through the rocky terrain. That is until Dain, you don't know what happened. You hear it. Dallen, you see something streak in front of both of you, and a rock that is just to the left of your caravan explodes.
What the hell?
As your horses rear up as they start to freak out.
Whoa, whoa!
As the caravan quickly comes to a stop, as everyone's like, what was that? What's going on? As a deep booming voice, Nisa Dure. As Dallen, you hear, stop, go no further. As you recognize Giant.
I
also hear this.
I speak back. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. We can walk around.
What's going on, Dallen?
As you hear from Dallen, the giant.
There's an angry giant. Angry giant threw a rock at us.
State your business.
We're escorting a man called the Treasurer to Dallen looks at Dain. What's the name of the place?
As you all look around, by the way, you're not seeing anything. You don't see a giant. You don't you just see the valley, the rocks around you. You don't see anything. You hear this voice as it's echoing off the caverns of the walls around you. It seems to be everywhere and nowhere.
Don't say who we're transporting, just say that we're traveling.
Here, Dain, you will be the closest to it. Roll me a quick perception check real quick, Dain, as you'd be closest to it. A 5.
Can I make a perception check?
Yes, go for it. Yeah, you're like frantically looking down, like, what was that? What was that?
I'm gonna look around again too, as I'm like,
Natural 20.
Natural 20. Let's
wow.
go.
Dain or Dallen, as everyone's kind of freaking out, you're listening very closely. You look left to the rock, and your eyes like what used to be a rock, and your eyes immediately settle on what appears to be a giant arrow, or what you assume is an arrow. It almost looks like the shaft is made out of a large bone, but the size of it itself seems to be half buried in the ground itself, and because of that, you're able to look at the angle of it with that natural 20, and you follow the trajectory all the way up, and you look up into the side of the mountain just to the north of you, and you see pale gray skin, a hulking body, 12 foot tall, and there's with some flecks of white on it, as there's no hair, and
just yells,
you see ice
big
blue
you are."
eyes. Piercing ice blue eyes stare down upon you.
Yes, hello there. We're trying to pass through. We're escorting a man called the Treasurer we aren't here to cause any harm. We're just trying to pass through.
You're still speaking in giant?
Yes.
Alright, roll persuasion check.
$14.
As you say that, the valley gets very, very quiet. And then all of you hear what sounds to be rumbling stone. And then, Dallen, you still have your eyes on this being as they stand up all the way. And then, next thing you know,
whoa, hey, wait a minute. Hey,
you
wait a
watch
minute.
as they vault
We don't
over
wanna
the
fight?
side of the valley and slide down the wall. And at this point, all of you can see this now as this gigantic 12-foot tall being is now like one hand like coming down the mountain, the rest of his body sliding down as he slides down into the path in front of you and stands up.
Dallen just has his hands up.
Approach.
What's he saying?
Okay. He's asking me to approach. I don't know if he's telling about everyone. Are you talking about everyone or just me? As I say back over to him.
Approach.
Okay. As he just starts bringing Bagel over with him. Because he's on Bagel.
Is anyone going with Dallen?
I am.
I'm good.
I'm gonna go with him just to make sure he doesn't say anything that.
As you all kind of
before you
approach,
respond, you speak with us before you respond.
as you all approach,
Hey, I just made sure. I made sure you weren't just a bunch of pile of paste a few minutes ago. You calm down.
you get to be about 25 feet away from him when he says, "Halt there."
Okay, stop! As I immediately just turn over to everyone, like, stop!
Yeah, before you all, you see, wearing very, not quite primitive, you see pelts and furs that adorn his body. Some that you're not quite familiar with. They seem to be darker in color and are a little unusual. You can see that he definitely is about 12 foot tall. He's got ice blue eyes that seem to pierce through the area between you as he seems to take a look at you all. His skin is gray, and upon his head is a unmade hair of stone gray, like thick stone gray hair that is wavy, with flecks of white scattered upon it, as if either snow had, like freshly fallen snow, had decorated the top of his head. He's a large creature. He's definitely large in size, but believe it or not, he actually still qualifies as a medium humanoid. But he is 12 foot tall. So he stands about twice the height as most of you.
Is there a problem?
Well, I'm guessing we're encroaching on his territory. Giants tend to be rather, territorial.
Let's say over to him. I'm just naturally speaking giant. Is that normal for giants around here?
I am
Well,
no giant.
I'm
I
sorry, didn't mean to insult.
And give me a history check as he says the word Goliath.
Okay.
You want me to roll as well?
Go ahead.
Like me, I'm just sitting here like not understanding a word he's saying, but I'm not happy that he shot at us.
Hey, Dain. Do you
I don't
remember Ivan?
exactly- Yeah, I remember Ivan.
Do you remember what he was?
Yeah, he's a Goliath as well.
Dallen, it takes you a second, but Dain, like, as you hear Goliath, you're like, oh, I thought I recognized, like, his kind. Like, Ivan! Ivan was a Goliath. A hulking mass of a humanoid, super strong, like, very heavy, like, you're like, oh, okay. And Dallen, you realize after a second, he's like, oh!
Ah.
You know that their kind is a rarity, that to see a Goliath, you don't tend to see them very often. Me, Taru. I guard this path.
Well,
Down's gonna look over at the massive arrow. It's like,
Let
I see that. You do a very good job.
let
at
him
it.
know that we simply
Now,
mean to make our way to the capital, and we are only traveling through this path.
He hears you talking, Talos. I see, and you hear this in common. You speak common tongue.
That I do. I am Talos. These are my companions. Dain, Dallen, Milo.
Milo been at the caravan,
I point-
not up with
Yeah, I
the rest
point
of
back
you.
at the It's like, and the caravan that we are guarding. We mean no disrespect or harm to you or this land. We simply mean to pass through to the capital in safety.
Capital. You speak of large city to north.
Correct.
Many
We could not pass the other way. We could not pass the other way due to the desert. Far too dangerous for our people and our horses.
These lands, very dangerous to cross. Very treacherous.
The place where we came from had where lands where the sun was always there and there was no water. Here we have more chance.
You seek simply to pass. You do not
That is correct.
seek mines, nor
No,
natural resources.
no, we have no need for those. We simply mean to pass through to get to the great city.
Quick persuasion check.
All right. Persuasion. Hopefully I
Just
get
a-
better.
Ooh.
17, yay. I was like better than that nat one I got before.
You matched. You see his demeanor somewhat slacken a bit, as he almost seems to, like, before he was definitely on the defensive, he seems to have taken up a more neutral stance at this point. As his left hand, which was going back to behind him, you watch as he takes what appears to be a giant bow and fastens it to his back. The bow itself is absolutely massive.
It's like a 6-foot bow.
Let me double check. There's actually a thing for this. I thought I saw. There it is. Taking a look at the bow itself. The bow itself, it almost looks like the bow itself is pure white, very thick shaft, as it definitely spreads to about 6 to 7 feet long, and anyone that wants to can make a quick nature check as you're kind of idly looking upon this individual.
Yeah, sure, why not? Nature, come on.
I'm distracted, looking up towards the mountains, going like, mines?
11.
This makes more sense for Dallen. As you're looking upon the bow and this individual in front of you, you realize that pure whiteness. You realize his bow has to be made out of some sort of bone, but you're not sure what kind of bone. Whatever it was made from, though, it is big.
Dallen's gonna stay talking to him in giant, and he's gonna say, quick question. What'd you make that bow out of?
He takes a look at you. My bow. And the rest of you hear, except for, of course, Dain. Taru, my bow, is made from the bone of a majestic creature. One the first I hunted when I was young. A mammoth. Noble and strong, it fed my kind, my tribe, for many generations.
Oh?
Hey, if a mammoth that large fed your entire tribe for generations, that's a big mammoth.
Well,
Dallen's gonna lean over to Dain and say, "What's a mammoth?"
The big woolly creature. Would I know what an elephant is?
History check.
I know exactly what an elephant is.
Yeah. You're well aware that mammoths are generally tundra or cold air, cold weather creatures with large trunks that they usually use to work tools like branches and other stuff. Like they can use some simple tools, and they tend to roam in herds. Generally known as a very relatively peaceful creature, tending to keep to themselves. If threatened, they become incredibly dangerous, but due to their size, many tribes and many people have come to hunt them in order to gather their pelts and bones and stuff to use as materials for both houses, clothes. They are incredibly valuable creatures to be able to harvest from, but they are incredibly difficult to kill, needing at least usually 10 people, 10 to 15 good hunters in order to take one down.
With that, I'm just gonna kind of like just stare up at the Goliath. It's like, did the mammoth, did you hunt it by yourself, or was it a group effort with the clan?
His face kind of lowers a little bit. I will not speak of my clan much further, but to answer your question, this mammoth I had to hunt alone. By the way, he's referring that they hunted mammoths in general for generations, not they hunted a big one that fed them for generations.
Oh, okay. I was like, one single mammoth for a generation. Like, damn, that thing is massive.
I wanted to clarify that. That's like how for generations Native Americans hunted the buffalo. It's similar to like how what he's inferring with his tribe.
Okay, that makes more sense. I'm thinking.
Would I be able to read more into what he's...
Yeah,
Sorry, I interrupted you.
You can insight if you want, Dallen.
Okay. 17.
As you I assuming you were tuning into when he said about what he was talking about his tribe.
Yeah.
Yeah. As he speaks about that, you feel a bit of hurt and a bit of sadness from the way he's talking and from his inflection, which seems to deem itself to probably what you can maybe assume.
Dallas is gonna say, I'm sorry to hear that.
I protect these lands now from those who would seek to harm it, as well as hunt those who have done me wrong.
And as Dallen hears that, he's gonna look straight into the Goliath's eyes and say, "Well, I can promise you this: if we were to find anyone harming the forest, harming the place that you care so much for, I, for one, won't let that stand."
Roll me a quick persuasion check.
Persuasion.
Oof.
A natural one. God damn it. He's speaking. He's completely telling the truth too.
Hey, it's too damn bad.
He takes a look at you as you say the words and goes, "Your words are kind, but you are merely a traveler in these lands. I do not expect you to understand, nor to take the gravity of the situation. If you are traveling to the big city," as he starts saying this in common now, "it will take you many months to travel the mountains. They are very treacherous. You will not be able to travel directly there. You would have to travel far west."
I kind of pull out my map and kind of pull it and look over it real quick. Like, we were told that there was a pathway through here that could get us at least around this way.
Indeed, the path is treacherous, but one could do it. He kind of looks at you all and seems to think for a second. How much in a hurry are you?
Should try to get there before the snows get in.
The snows come quickly for the mountains. I fear you will not make it in time. There is another path.
There is. If there is, then we would gladly take the advice and be forever in your debt.
It may be equally treacherous, but it may be certain doom, as you will not be able to get your carts or wagons over the mountain pass. You would have to travel on foot. But this alternative path, it goes not over the mountains, nigh through them. This path goes under.
I come a little crestfallen at that, because I'm like, we kind of do need the carts.
And as you kind of look past him, you do see that the pathway, like, moving ahead is starting to look even more rockier and narrower. This pathway is one that I guard most fervently. For the lands that dwell within. Hide the ones whom I seek. The ones whom I haunt. I can show you the way to the entrance.
If you don't mind us asking, who are you hunting?
Beings of the dark. Hunters themselves. They once plagued the land above as they made their excursions from below. My tribe was one of their victims. But now, the hunters have become hunted. Dark-skinned beings from the depths.
Let me speak for a moment with those that we got. I'm gonna ride back to and speak to the treasurer.
As you approach the treasurer, looking very quizzical of the whole exchange, you can kind of hear some of the conversation. Looks at you, and as you approach, quite a curious creature.
Yes, he's a Goliath.
A Goliath.
He currently guards. Yes, he guards these passes. However, he warns that the mountain passes that we were going to take are quite treacherous, and that we might not make it before the snows hit. He says there is another way, but unfortunately, we would have to leave our carts behind, and I'd really rather not.
I see.
Because the way he explains about the mountain passes, as they become more treacherous, we might not be able to get the carts through in time.
That would leave us at a great disadvantage. Without the carts, we would be traveling far slower. I would not be able to reach Lancaster in time.
Exactly.
Well,
And I don't I'd really rather not have to backtrack through that desert again, but...
No, that desert is certainly ruining my complexion. I would certainly not prefer it myself, but do we have any other options?
Well, there's another pass underground, but again, we'd have to leave the carts behind, but...
Oh, just to clarify, the carts would be able to go through... sorry, I didn't inflect it properly. He was saying that in order to keep... if you wanted to keep the carts and still travel, there was a passageway under the mountains that you could take.
Okay. There's a pathway under the mountains, but he does warn that it is dangerous. But it is one of the few ways that we could go and take our carts without having to turn back.
That's curious. I wonder if he is referring to the Underdark.
He said something about creatures of dark skin.
That
they would occasionally make excursions out here and attack his people. But they haven't come out in quite some time.
He might be referring to the Drow. You may not be familiar, Sir Talos, but
I'm gonna roll a history check on that when he mentions Drow.
Go for it.
I rolled a nat 1.
Yeah,
I'm like,
you hear Drow.
I looking at. I'm like, what the heck's what? Oh, what?
Yeah, can I roll a history for Drow?
Are you with him? Did you ride back with Talos to the treasure?
I was already there.
Oh,
with the caravan.
I got you. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, Milo.
I'm looking to give the.
With an 18, you know that Drow are often ostracized in society. They are a type of elf that bears very dark skin, and they're mostly ostracized just because any that are above ground are generally sensitive to the light. And you do remember that on the Kraken's skull, there was a Drow sailor that was amongst your party members that tended to be the night guard. And you know that for the most part, they're not a whole lot above ground. They tend to remain underground, as they're most accustomed to. But with that 18, I'll say, especially with your criminal background, you know that oftentimes the Drow tend to congregate into either some religious cults, gangs, due to the fact that because they're ostracized so much, they tend to fall more into a villainous path, just because they're ostracized by society normally. I'm not so terribly surprised you don't know about the Drow. They're not terribly looked kindly upon in normal circles. But in my time in Lancaster, I didn't tend to hear too much about it, but to the south of us, there were reports from the outer villages and cities that detailed attacks at the night. Bandits usually, but there were tales that some of these bandits that would be raiding some of the smaller villages and towns were of the darker skin complexion, presumed to be Drow.
It may be our only choice without having to go back to the desert, and well, we are here to protect you, so...
Indeed. I will of course abide by your decision, but I will say that judging by our location, if this path to the Underdark, they generally tend to be rather quick passageways. It would be probably a more direct route, and perhaps save us some time.
Very well. I'll speak with our new friend here and see if he can escort us to at least to the entrance.
Of course. And if he be willing to take some coin or something else, perhaps he could serve as a guide. Certainly, if he's familiar with this passageway, we'd be able to get through far quicker.
I'll give him that offer. And I take a slight bow, and then turn the horse into... Right.
And then
we will take the passage to the... We will take the passage that you spoke of, and if you're willing, would you care to be a guide for us, or at least for a little while through there? Our benefactor is willing to pay if needed.
Roll me a quick persuasion check, just kind of see something.
21.
Very nice.
21.
It is a dangerous path that you will be taking. I will lead you there. But I have no need for your coin.
21?
Very well. Thank you.
Follow me. As he, turns around and begins walking down the path.
I make a signal toward the caravan to follow.
And the caravan quickly follows behind you. And so, as you all catch up to the Goliath, as he continues to he's just walking, but even with him walking, he's able to keep up with your horses, as if he's just even casually just striding. And then he looks over at you, Dallen, and says in Giant, "You speak of the desert of which you came from."
Yes, from what we were told, at least from what we were told before, it was supposed to have been an ancient Feywood. But then from what we've gathered, there must have been a war against some type of red dragons, and now it has been turned into a desert.
You speak the truth. There once was a great wood, far to the east of the mountains. My tribe was allied with the people of those woods.
When we arrived there, many of our traveling companions were quite shocked to see the desert. It took some time for us to find people that could give us some word of what might have happened. And on our journeys, we found a fort that was near the river that was clearly attacked by dragons. but it was from a long time ago. We put the people that their remains we made sure to put to rest and give proper burials before we moved on. But
Many,
he was definitely
many moons ago, these mountain valleys shook with the roars of fearsome beasts. There was a time when the skies to the east were blotted out by black clouds. Not long after that, I lost contact with most of my tribe's previous allies there. But eventually, a leader of one reached out, assured me that they had survived. I have been providing them with some resources and...
Would this be, they call themselves the Circles of the Sand?
His eyes kind of widen a little bit when you mention that. You are familiar with them.
We've met them before. They allowed us to have passage through the desert and gave us shelter during a storm.
They are allies to you.
I kind of make a gesture of like, yes, no. It's more of like a neutral. We're more of a neutral. Like we see need no harm to them, and they meant no harm to us. But currently, we have no sides. Since currently, our main purpose is to protect. I kind of gesture to the caravan and those riding in it. They are, at the moment, our highest concern is their safety.
I see.
Talon's gonna look at Talon and say, like, well, for him maybe, but I believe I side with.
You are yourself allied to the elves.
With them. I told them I would help them as long as they help me free the slaves of their enemy.
For now, like the rest of us, we have not chosen the side yet, but until we learned a bit more.
Give me a quick persuasion check, Dallen, just to see if he's going to believe your words.
Seeing my persuasion checks is probably gonna be bad.
I'll be giving you advantage.
Like, this
just
motherfucker's
because
always lying to me.
I'll be giving you advantage on this one because I know that you have your conviction for it.
$17, not bad.
Let's go.
As you finish your words, the Goliath's head juts up a little bit, and you see a little look of a bit of respect from his eye towards you. Tell me, how fared they last ye saw? It has been a few days since any of their kind has made it to the mountains.
Well, the last time we saw them, we had gotten attacked by a roaming group of guards. They were fine and well when we left. We helped them out, fight off those guards, but I can't tell you any further than that.
They were in good health, though, and they did give us good advice on where to travel.
They directed you towards
yes.
me.
Yes, they said that they had a friend that might give us some directions, but they weren't very specific on who it was.
They spoke of Alfred.
Trying to think back if they mentioned a name.
I won't even you don't have to roll a history check. They did not give you a name because, as you did not give loyalty to their cause, they didn't want to oust him in case you had ill intent.
They did not give us a name, as we not made any oaths or pledges. They would not give us a name, but they did say that would be a possible ally of theirs toward this direction across the river that might give us aid or directions at least.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh.
Who
Hey,
phone do this?
Hello?
Here to listen.
Hi, Justin.
It's like new phone. Who this?
Yeah, just here to listen for now.
You're good. Anyway, Milo, did you get my message?
I did, and I don't like that.
Perhaps they wished
I don't like
to
the sound of that.
Protect me. I've been watching you for some time. Once you entered the valleys, my eyes were upon ye.
Ah, so you were the person stalking our camp last night.
You have sharp eyes. You vanished. And so
He tends to do that.
I moved to see if I could find you again. But you are very stealthy, little one.
Funny enough, I was trying to look for you also.
Well, you feel Murph's kind of squirm a little bit and just kind of have a... When you look down on him, his eyes are kind of like bugging out a little bit, like... Like it looks like he's kind of feeling a little odd.
What's wrong, Merce? How do you feel funny? Like sick? We talking anxious?
Yes, Justin, I did.
How the hell did you lose it? It's down towards the bottom.
Something feel weird. It's like
You want to give that to me then?
He kind of... And then... And he suddenly opens up very wide as claws come out of his belly. As
what?
leaping out from Murph's wings come out as you all see a strange creature just pop out of Murph's.
What? I'm trying to keep my horse from freaking out right now. Like, what the?
Oh, Dallen immediately pulls a gun and is like, "What the fuck are you? Why were you in Murph's?"
What the fuck was that, Merce?
And Murph's is just like, ugh.
Is Merce still alive?
As what you all see before you looks like a humanoid. It's got horns, ogreish-like face, claws, 2 legs, and wings with hooks on the end of them, and its skin looks very stone-like. As it kind of flaps its wings, and then you hear as it looks around, very confused.
Hey, Merce, can you get the rest of Can you get rid of the rest of those?
Wait, was that the statue?
What do you mean by the rest of those,
You watch as Merce
don't worry about it.
begins spitting up rocks. As it looks like what he's spitting up almost looks like thin flecks of stone that may have once been attached to something. And the gargoyle looks and sees you, Milo, and it starts to glare.
What the heck? What is this?
As Dallen sees this, he's going to hold his gun even further. Like he's got points gun even more at the whatever that thing is. The gargoyle.
Hello.
And it begins charging at you, Milo. So I need you to roll initiative.
Oh boy.
Oof.
Just Milo or all of us?
Anyone that else wants to be involved in this, sure.
Might as well. I can at least try something that's in my Okay, where's my initiative?
This double click is starting to get annoying.
Like I might like.
Yeah, with an
Like,
initiative.
I'm gonna try something.
With initiative of a nat 20, this creature goes first as it charges you, Milo, and it comes right up to you and attempts to bite you. It needs to make a. Well, actually, give me a second. I think I could probably pull this from here. Yeah, there we go. Give me a sec. As it comes charging at you, its mouth opens wide as its stony teeth comes towards you. Does a 15 hit you?
It does not.
As it attempts to bite you, harsh, you were like, whoa, 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 as you just dodge out of the way. And then as it begins to fly off, it rakes its claws at you for a 19.
That should hit.
As it flies off, it slashes you for 8 points of damage.
Ow.
As it to use, let's see, it can fly, yeah. So it used 30 feet to fly at you, and then it takes off into the air and flies 30 feet up.
Do I get an attack of opportunity since they're flying away?
You do.
Alright, I'm going to use that with my dagger. Does a 14 hit?
It does not. As
Enough
you get
so.
raked, you're like, ow, and you swing your dagger at it, it's already gone. As this creature continues to flap its wings and look around, still rather confused. So let me... that's not it. Ready? Let's see here. Let me just... Yeah, I'll just throw this right here so I can have a thingy. Nope. And Dallen, you had a... What was it? A 10.18?
Yes. Yes, it's yes.
And then Talos, you had a 8.11. Oop, don't have that anymore.
Dain had a very high initiative.
Eh. Yeah, Dain had the next highest actually out of everyone else, which is I think that's a change. I don't think he's ever really done that before.
Hooray!
He was ready for this.
He smelled stoves. It didn't smell right.
And Milo, you had a 10.16. Oh. As Dain, we get to your turn. As this thing is flying up, and Alfred quizzically looks up at it and goes, "What manner creature is that?" What do you do, Dain? It's 30 feet in the air above you.
So I can't hit it with my axe. I'm gonna throw my shield at it.
Throw the shield.
What range does your shield have?
Yes. I don't know. Let's have a look.
Strength.
Strength is 20.
20. This is a mythical shield. I don't remember if I ever gave it heavy or what.
I think we ever actually.
Give me a second. I actually have to figure out how much a shield like that would actually weigh.
Sorry, just popped in my head. A dwarf dressed as Captain America just popped into my head for some reason.
Well, I do technically have a cape right now with the cloak.
It's not quite. Jeez. Give me a second.
And then Dallen, you're on deck after Dain.
Gotcha.
That don't sound good. Shield just goes flying off into the distance.
No, just fly to its max distance and then just fly back to his hand. Like a boomerang.
How much does Dain weigh?
Stand by. My notes. You know, I never actually put anything down for weight.
Oh jeez. Until we do, let's say 45 feet.
The average weight of a dwarf in D&D is about 150 pounds.
Average weight of what?
Average weight of a mountain dwarf is about 186 pounds.
And he's how tall?
4'2".
I'm trying to do some quick math. Yeah, let's just go with about 45 feet. The math behind it is literally given based off of the weight of the item. Most shields that would be of this type weigh between 5 and 6 pounds. Unless you're like a goddamn god or Olympian, which your character may as well be an Olympian, but even so, you're like low class Olympian. for athletic skill, you wouldn't be able to throw the shield with any kind of accuracy at distance further than 45 feet. I mean, we're welcome to go and buy a shield in real life, and we can test this, and however far you can throw it in real life, we'll go off of that.
I'm good for the moment.
Shields ain't cheap.
Well, I'm aware. All right.
In that case, because it's 30 feet above me, I'm still going to throw my shield. Does a 19 hit?
A 19 will hit.
Cool. Because the one is still needs to edit it on D. Roll 20, so it's 2d8. Where is it? 2d8. Takes 14 lightning damage.
Alrighty then. As your shield just and smacks into it. It definitely did not seem to appreciate that.
So with the shield returning to my hand, I'm going to throw it again.
Yeah, and yep, second verse, same as the first.
Takes another 18.
Oof. Big oof. That's a total of, what is that, 32 points of damage?
Yes, 32.
Yeah, 32 points of damage. It kind of shakes in the air and staggers a little bit. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Alright, as we come to Dallen. As Dallen, you just saw like this thing just pop out of Murph's mouth and like try to bite, and it clawed at Milo and then flew back up into the air by 30 feet.
Oh, take out my gun axe. And, see where it is. I think that's the right axe to do. Let's use the pistol staff since it's the same thing. And I'm gonna do a, I'm trying to remember what the shot is called.
A 14 does not
A
hit.
winging shot. Fuck. I do not do a winging
As you
shot.
take a shot, you watch as the gargoyle, as it flaps its wings, it just kind of dodges out of the side as the bullet. As it's making noises as if like stone itself is grinding.
He's very up. And do an action surge to shoot again, I guess. Die, motherfucker, die. The 17 hit.
It does hit. As you flex, you like and reload real quick, and then
Can I have this as a wing shot? It would have to make a strength saving throw of 16.
Alrighty. And made it.
Well, it would have been knocked prone, so that's unfortunate.
I'll go ahead and deal damage, or is this not a damage dealing one?
It is a damage dealing one.
Okay, go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay. Wait, why is it like this? Excuse me. That's not right. That's last. It's 1 D8.
If you click the pistol word on the thing, it should roll the damage.
Yeah, there were some stats that were wrong.
Okay. I'll have to fix that later.
I was trying to fix it right now. Alright, yeah. There we go. That's not. Why is that? Give me 1 second. That's giving a +7 when it shouldn't. Never mind. I'll just.
Like 1d8 plus 4.
Manually put it in. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a 1d8 plus 4. Give me a sec. I apologize for taking so long.
No, you're good. Milo, you're on deck.
Yep.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Yep, but tell us after that.
One sec.
You okay down? Oh, there we go.
9 damage. There we go.
As you take aim once more with your adrenaline through your body, you take a shot, boom, and you watch as the bullet makes contact with this creature. Pew! As you definitely hear that it hit, and you see a chunk of its skin, or what appears to be a chunk of its skin, seems to fall off, but it doesn't seem to have done much to it.
Nah, that's unfortunate. Alright.
We get to Milo.
Is that Milo's turn?
Mm-hmm. As this creature that just popped out of Murph's that you are all too familiar with what it is currently flying 30 feet above you.
I'm switching my weapon would be an action, right?
Yes.
I'm just gonna ready my action then.
Alrighty, you ready in action?
Yep.
Alright, as Talos, we get to you.
One sec. I'm trying. Look at something. All right. Well, since it's really high up, my sword or my hammer is not gonna work. So I'm gonna pull out my longbow and fire off an arrow at it.
Alrighty. As I assume you didn't have any previous weapons drawn, right?
No.
Alright, yeah. So you have you grab your bow and go ahead and take a shot. 12 will miss as you... And it goes... As the gargoyle just... Or the creature just... Dodges out of the way.
Fire again.
Go for it as you take another arrow. Ooh, natural 20. That definitely hits.
11.
You take after your first arrow flies off, you're like, okay. You aim and you let loose, and the arrow does hit its target, and you watch as the arrow itself shatters as it hits it. It just explodes, just into splinters, and the gargoyle kind of shifts a little bit as if it actually felt that one, but you only see a little bit of stone fall off its body as it continues to flap its skin, or flap its wings.
Huh. Hardy little bastard.
Is that your turn?
What? Yeah.
As it then the creature dives down towards you again, Milo, and once it gets within range, it activates your held action.
Yes, sir.
13 does not hit.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
As it comes in real quick, you're like, all right, I'm ready for it. And then as you start swinging, you're like, I'm not ready for it. As
I can just see like falcon diving at you, like its wings tucked in.
As it attempts to bite at you for a 10, which clearly miss. And then proceeds to try to claw you as it flies back up 30 feet. As it basically kind of swoops down and back up as it flies back up. And it's like, it's started to rethink its choices at the moment. And it's beginning to look around.
Do I get another opportunity of attack since it flew
Yes,
up?
since we did get back to the beginning of your turn, you do.
22 hit?
That does indeed hit.
Perfect. And is anyone within 5 feet of me? Or of this monster, I should say, when it flies down.
I would say no, unfortunately. Everyone's just kind of like spread out a little bit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure our horses are kind of like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, horses don't count for sneak attack, unfortunately. As you bring your, is this a silver dagger?
No, that was Razor's Edge.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I see it now. Yep, so you take your dagger as it starts to fly up, you like, no you don't, and you grind it down in the side of it as it flies back up. As it gets back up to 30 feet in the air, it shakes its body a little bit. It definitely did not appreciate that.
I don't appreciate changing like that.
Enough of this nonsense. As the Goliath, seeing all this, takes his bow out, and he levels a shot towards this creature. Clearly saying that it is hostile, and definitely not appreciating what it's all about. Proceeds to take a shot towards it, but it's both. The gargoyle sees it coming, it dodges out of the way as the large arrow just flies past it. As the gargoyle's just like, whoa. So let me double check, make sure. I think he has another shot. Yep, he does. Alfred kind of grumbles a little bit, takes another shot, takes another arrow out, and proceeds to fire once more. Ah, good lord. Man, that gargoyle is very, very nimble as it's dodging in the air, as the Goliath just unfortunately cannot get a beat on it. As Dain, we get back to you.
Alrighty. The thing is, it's 30 feet in the air again. I'm going to throw my shield at it again.
Go for it. Oops, soft 20 definitely hits.
Alrighty.
Oof. Another solid hit as you throw it up and it glances off the side. You see a lot of stone, like, as you see actually the shield goes through it and so it whips back around, and you see an angled chunk out of the side as it kind of and grabs the side as the shield returns to your hand.
Right, get down here. I can make this quicker for ya. I'll go throw it again.
And that will also hit. As you throw your shield again, this time you hit the exact opposite side as it and it splits in half as both sides, the wings just stop flapping as both halves just fall and before it just crumbles into gravel on the ground.
Well, that was interesting. Now, Milo, where by the ancestors was that, and why was it in your bed? Why was it in yours?
So, remember that time when I was not here?
Yes.
Well, I found some statues. They look pretty valuable. But I had this weird feeling that they were watching me. So I kind of took them.
So, the statues that you thought were watching you just shoved in mirrors?
Yep.
I mean, fair. That's not the strangest thing I've heard.
It's not the strangest thing you've heard from me either.
No, you're right about that.
Why did you even have one of those inside Murph?
Do you not listen to me, Talos? I said I found it. It was watching me, so I took it.
That's not a good reason to put a semi-sentient creature.
I didn't know it was a creature. I thought it was just a statue that was watching me.
Oh, make sure you remove that statue from your inventory now, Milo.
Which one?
Justin told me there was only one.
Oh, okay. I picked up 4.
Hey.
Well, one of them apparently was the gargoyle.
Okay.
Well,
We are not far from the entrance. Come. As Alfred puts away his bow again and proceeds to walk further into a crevice in the mountainside.
while we're walking, while we're riding, Dane's gonna make sure that there's no damage to the shield.
As you take a look at the shield, you see that there's a lot of dust on it, but it still seems to be well intact.
Yeah, very nice. Let's give it a once over on the edge of the cloak, and then we'll continue on.
So, do you touch the cloak? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, diggy hole, digging
I'm surprised
a
it
hole.
doesn't sound. I'm surprised it doesn't sound like freaking low batteries yet.
That's one of the things about it, is that so long as the artificer that cast it originally doesn't use up another infusion on something else, it will remain in perpetuity. Good lord.
Perpetuity.
Yes, perpetuity. Man, my tongue just tied up there. Right. And so, as you continue to follow Alfred into the crevice, the carts and whatnot, curving through the mountainside, after a few twists and turns, as the mountains above you get even taller, and the area it starts to get darker, just due to the fact that the mountains are taking up more of the sky. As you all start to feel the ground starting to get lower and lower, as it feels like you're descending a little bit, until you get to a point where in front of you you see what appears to, it's not what you see in front of you can be described as such. There's what looks to be a part of the natural mountainside, in a bit of a triangle shape. There appears to be sheared an entire section of rock, where in front of it there's just the remnants of gravel, as if something may have come out from this point, exploded out of the earth, and left a bunch of rubble and a small hole in the side of the mountain. Just past this vestibule of rock inside, you can see what appears to be what you would attempt to discern as a garrison of sorts. There appears to be some defenses set up to block anything that wants to come in. And then, as you get closer, you start to see that there are some spikes and whatnot, pointing towards a set of giant double doors. Doors that appear to go about 30 feet tall and appear to be made of stone, pure stone themselves, with a large bar on the outside of it.
The bar's on the outside.
Yeah, so you're able to see the bar as it seems to be keeping things in. As the echoes of the valley of the horse's hooves and the wagon wheels coming across the stone as you get closer and you approach. You all enter inside the vestibule where it gets significantly darker as you see these grand stone doors as Alfred turns to you all. This here is the entrance to the Underdark. A land that holds the creatures that I hunt. I will let you in, but to ensure that they do not escape, I must remain.
Very well. Thank you again for showing us the way.
Inside, I have an ally. These drow, these dark-skinned creatures. They're most unkind, and to those who are weaker than themselves, if they do not survive the torture, they are kept as slaves. On one of my outings hunting their kind, I came across one such unfortunate creature. We have become allies since then. He continues to hunt in my place when I am unavailable. You may be able to find him when you enter below.
And does this ally of yours have a name that we could possibly find him by?
He does, but to those who are not his friends, he is known as Greyhound. He's a good ally of mine. Now, I suggest you prepare yourself. It will be very dark in many places under the ground. Ensure you have proper lighting.
I think we'll be good with that.
Prepare yourself. I shall remove the bar and open the door. And you all watch as... Oh.
You're good.
You all watch as as Alfred walks up to the door, and you see that the bar, on one part of it, it seems to have a hinge, and he steps to the middle, and as he lifts up in the middle, the hinge starts to lift up as you hear grinding of stone as the bar rises upwards from one side. One part fastened to one of the part of the door, as you hear grinding not only from the side you're on, but if you listen closely, you hear grinding on the opposite side as this grinding just until he has it completely standing vertical.
It's a big bar.
Let me see here.
Why are we whispering?
I'm pretty sure one of us started whispering, then all of us just started playing along.
Wow. Womp womp.
One of us.
Gooba gabba, gooba gabba.
Kill him. Kill him quick.
All right, and so as you see the wagon starting to like people get torches tied up, and people are getting prepared to go to the Underdark. A few people are chatting with each other. Some are looking about. Dallen. What, Dallen? Things have changed quickly. I have taken Sophia. I feared for her safety. I fear I must ask for your help. Will respond. My location.
I'm just gonna look.
And the message ends.
I'm just gonna look at freaking like down like we just got to the door.
You see Dallen's eyes widen as if he's suddenly hearing or seeing something. And Dallen,
You guys have to go on without me.
roll a quick insight check.
Insight. All right.
Dallen or all
You
of us?
heard the pain in his voice as he spoke.
The 20.
Mm-hmm. You could hear pain as he
Dallen's just
spoke.
looking at you guys and say.
Oh boy.
Dallen looks at you guys and say, you have to go on without me. I have to go back. There's no other way I can put it. I have to. He's my only family left. He's the only family I have left.
Dallen, good luck. And as I say that, I'm gonna toss the statue of Morse over to you. You would hand that back to me when you
Thank
get
you.
back.
How many more of those stones do you have? Bending stones. How many more of those? Like Talos is a bit torn because he doesn't want to split the party up. At the same time, he understands like you're going whether we like it or not.
I don't have any more. I'll send messages to you guys.
How?
I have to go. I don't know. I guess I'll learn how to write. I'll learn how to write common a bit better. I can write in giant. All got Dain. But I have to go, and I'm sorry. And he turns around and just bolts off.
Good luck, Dallen.
I'm gonna turn toward the our new friend here. It's like, I know it is a lot to ask you, but do you think you could help him a little bit? It's the only family he has.
I'm gonna chime in as well.
Hey, and at this point, it sounds like we might have, well, at least on Dallen's behalf, made a stand. And from the sounds of it, it's we now have mutual allies.
My charge is to the mountainside. I will close this door behind you to ensure that the scum from below does not escape. But your ally has made it clear that he is allied with my friends. I must stay within the mountains, but as it is dangerous to travel alone, I will ensure that he can travel through the mountains unabated.
Very well.
Thank you.
Bahamut. I take my sigil of Bahamut and hold it. Bahamut, watch over him. May your guiding light find to his brother and hit them to safety.
Go now. I must close this door quickly and catch up to your ally.
Very well. I take one last look over at Dallen's retreat, if I could see him from heading out.
Yeah, you see him rising up on the incline back up the valley as he's making haste through the mountains.
Look, my friend. And I turn my horse back.
And so as the caravan and Talos, Dain, and Milo make their way through the door, all of you here see pitched blackness. All you see pitch blackness before you. A little bit of the outside light illuminating the steps as the incline ramp goes down deeper into the depths. And as you start making your way down, the echoes of your hooves and the wheels of the carts go on. You all hear as the great doors that were opened begin to close. And as you all look behind you, you watch as the last sliver of sunlight disappears into a slit before a loud echo resonates in the dark. Before you hear as the latch that kept the door sealed recloses and seals you in. Before you look beyond into the depths below, the abyss, not knowing what was awaiting you next. That is where we'll end the episode for today. As for excellent roleplay, a little combat, you all will be getting 1,000 experience points from that. Which, if I'm not mistaken, I think that might...
That put Talos Talos to 11, but the rest of us not.
Is it just... Let me double check.
Looks like it was just 1,000 XP. It just brings me up to 64,000. Wait, no, sorry, no. Alright, brings me to 84,100. So I need 900 more XP.
Well, according to the session notes and highlights from last session, It says Talos is at 84,550, while the rest of us are at 83,850.
Huh. Oh, I must not have changed it on my other thing.
And let me double check something. Gargoyle, where were you? Oh, my mistake. I thought, Gargoyle gave 450 XP. I thought it was 200. Lord, that's a lot of XP. Okay, never mind then. So with that, then, hang on. So that's an additional 250. So then that is 1,250 XP? Yes, okay. Sorry. Because I gave you all, I was giving you 200 for the Gargoyle, because I thought that's what it was, and 800 for all the roleplay. So instead, because the Gargoyle's up, so yeah, that would put you all at 11 then, with 1,250 XP.
Ew.
As next time, when we return back to Dundras, you all enter the Underdark. Guys, let me get that here real quick. What new challenges await our heroes as they depart for the Underdark, a dangerous land below the mountains? You shall have to find out on the next exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.